Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date is June 16th, 2016. This is the public participation section of the Volusia County Council. Please complete, and I will read you the disclaimer we have. The Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you want to address. You may use the back if you have to. After you're recognized, state your name and address for the public record. Before beginning your comments, you may speak up to 3 minutes, either during public participation or when the agenda item is heard. And I will briefly explain that. If you would like to speak on any item, and I understand there's a lot of people here for items 2, 3, 4, you can either speak during those items or you can speak now, but you don't get 2 bites at the apple. So I just want to clarify that with everybody. The County Council does not answer questions or requests during public participation. Please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public will not be tolerated. All right. We have 3 this morning, and if there's anybody else that would like to speak on any matter, either on or off agenda, please go ahead and fill out your slip and get it to Ms. Zimmerman over here so we can get you up here this morning. If not, you'll wait. We'll have to have you wait until later. Larry McRae, is that you, sir? We can take the microphone back to you. Can you take that back to him? Oh, he's rolling down here. Hey, we have a speed limit in here. Right, Deputy? I saw you had the radar gun out, too. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. McRae.
Morning.
Can you get up to those microphones?
Good morning. My name is Larry McRae, and I reside at 450 Laurel Ridge Way in D-Land. We're a very new building that just been built for the seniors and the handicapped.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, sir.
My talk this morning is concerning the handicap parking that we have at our building. We have 80 residents, and from my understanding, from certain things that I have read, that it goes according to a percentage that of occupancy that gives it a percentage of the handicap parking. We have 80 units with 80 tenants. That's with husband and wife or whosoever. We only have 4 handicap parking. And it is very hard for seniors to walk 40 yards or 35 yards to try to get into the building. And once we get to our building, we don't have sliding doors that push a button that open like you have out front here. So our thing is, we want to request, if it's according to the guidelines, more handicap parking, because we have too far to come to the building. I thought it was a reasonable thing that the city could do to help us out as seniors, so that we don't have to scramble to get back and forth to our building. That's what I wanted to present this morning. I don't want to waste the council's time nor my time, but I appreciate the opportunity that you allowed me to speak.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now, you live in Laurel Ridge Way.
Yes, sir.
That's in the city of DeLand.
Yes, sir. Right off of Voris and Amelia.
Okay. I think we might have to direct you over to the city, because that might be a city jurisdiction. Mr. Wagner, have you dealt with this before? No? Okay. Let me double check with that before you scoot out of here, and we'll find out who you need to talk to. We'll get you a phone number.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, sir, it's not a waste of our time.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Oh. And done it. You done in Daytona? Okay. All right, well, we will move on now. Mr. Thomas Redmond. And after Mr. Thomas Redmond will be Joan Campanero. Where are you at, Joan? Okay. Okay, you want to speak at item 2 and not at public, okay. For the record, Ms. Campanero will be speaking on item 2. We'll go ahead and send it back over there. All right, Mr. Redmond, good morning. As we raise the pedestal up, if there's anybody else that wishes to speak this morning on any item on or off the agenda, please feel free to fill out the application, the little yellow form, and get it to Ms. Zimmerman. If not, after Mr. Redmond, we will take a short recess. Good morning, Mr. Redmond.
Morning.
Is this microphone up?
Good morning.
Oh, yeah, they're flexible. Pull them all the way up.
All right, sorry. My name is Thomas Redmond, and I live at 11610 Sarita Court in Orlando, Florida.
And you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. If I'd like to begin by stating that we have a serious shortage in family shelter services. And as a homeless advocate, I fully support having more beds for a family shelter. Unfortunately, since this whole homeless thing has started, a lot of things have happened that have not exactly been good. We have lots of things going on that aren't appropriate. We have city council members who threaten via email to sic the city attorney on you for stating your opinion. We paid a homelessness consultant $185,000 to give us a report we're not using that had fake data. We had the commissioner's husband in Daytona own the web address for Volusia Safe Harbor that she's supposedly voting on. There are so many improprieties happening. We've had letters written to the city from the National Coalition for the Homeless that was provided to everybody at this stage. There's so many wrong things happening, and I've had to do some things that I wouldn't want to do to raise attention to this issue. And the reason I'm here today is for the first time last night that I've ever seen, Commissioner Kelly White recused herself from an issue dealing with land. I want you to know that's probably a result of this Commission of Ethics complaint that the state of Florida is investigating. I want it very clear that I've tried for 2 years to get anybody to look at this factually and to stop providing money to agencies that do not perform. Not a thing I've ever said, fact-wise, has been challenged. People vilify me. They don't say, yes, there is 5,000 homeless people and here's the proof. They say he's crazy. Well, it's no longer time for Mr. Redmond to come to your meetings any longer, and I'm sure that'll make you all happy. But I will say this, it's out of my hands now. And for all of the members at both councils that aren't doing the right thing, this will be in your mailbox soon. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Okay, any other public participation this morning?
No, sir.
Very well, then we will take a short recess and we will reconvene in these chambers for the normal Volusia County Council meeting at 9:00 a.m. We are in, hello, hello, we are in recess. Okay. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a full house. Good to see everybody is here. And we are going to take 2 minutes here. Are you ready? I'm good. You're good? Okay, I was going to give you your 2 minutes. Okay, so in other words, could the chambers please come to order? All right, today's date is June 16th, 2016, and this is the 9 o'clock Volusia County Council meeting. At this time, with this room full of people as we are, everybody reach over, grab your cell phone, and please put it on silent. I'll give you a moment to do that before we continue. Photographing is permitted in the chambers. You don't have to hide the camera. A young lady was over there trying to hide. You can take pictures here. It's okay. All right, everybody's phone on silent? Very well. Then we will move on here. Good morning, and this morning's invocation will be presented to us by Pastor Ben Brown of the Tomoka Christian Church of Ormond Beach. Pastor Brown, good morning. And if the council would please rise.
If I can get everyone to please close your eyes and bow your heads. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you for giving us such great opportunities to serve you, but also, Father, to serve others. Bless each mind and each heart in here today. Allow the purposes, the ideas, their reasons for being here to be about those who have no voice. We thank this great council for representing all of the people in this county. And we thank these people today who have come to discuss and share the information that they have to the glory of all. Father, let us be calm but productive. Father, we thank you for a victory for the lives of many, for the lives of those who have no voice. In Jesus' name we pray. And everybody says, Amen. Amen.
And if everyone would please join me as we pledge to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. And Pastor, could you please come forward? Okay. Thank you very much, Pastor Brown. And for those of you on the internet that are not watching us on our little closed circuit TV, this is a packed room. And if you would like to sit and you do not have a chair, we do have our training room, which is the room directly underneath this room, set up for overflow. So if somebody needs to sit down, and you can watch us on the monitor down there. So you're more than welcome to go on down there. Okay. We will now move forward and poll consent agenda items.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry, I did miss a roll call. Thank you, Ms. Cusack, for reminding me. Can I have a roll call, please? Yeah, you said it and she said it, so.
Mr. Wagner. Cusack.
Present.
Mr. Daniels.
Here.
Ms. Denny's.
Present.
Mr. Lowry.
Here.
Mr. Patterson.
Here.
Mr. Davis.
Yes, I'm here.
All present.
Very well. Now I will go for the consent agenda items. Staff is polling items number 8, 11, 12, and 15.
Wow.
Is there any other items, Mr. Deneen, that staff needs to poll?
That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wagner, do you have anything you wish to pull for consent?
Sir.
Ms. Cusack?
I have none, sir.
I knew we did the bus engine.
Mr. Daniels?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Denny's.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm going to pull item number 25 only because I think it's one of the great things our sheriff's department does with non-forfeiture funds, and would like to just have a little public discussion about that. I think that's worthy of discussion. I will, at that time, support approval, but just for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, item 25 is pulled by Ms. Denny's. Mr. Lowry?
None.
Mr. Patterson? Chair pulls none. Okay, items 8, 11, 12, 15, and item 25 have been pulled. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the remaining consent agenda items.
Motion for approval of the remaining consent agenda items. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Ms. Denny's. Thank you. Mr. Patterson? Oh, okay, your light was on, now it's off. Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimous. And now we will move on to item number 1, which is an open of a public hearing. Public hearing on amendments to the Volusia County Home Rule Charter proposed by the Charter Review Commission. Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the council, as you know, our charter, which was voted on by the voters in June of 1970 and started in January of 1971, requires that a charter review commission be appointed to review the charter at least every 10 years to see if any updates need to be made in that charter. That requirement was followed this last year. The people involved in that, obviously myself and the county attorney, went to all the meetings and provided any assistance that we needed. Mr. Hyatt Brown, who was chairman of the commission, is here to speak to the issues that they're going to bring forward and their recommendation. What we have here in front of you is Ms. Donna Butler, Ms. Tammy Bong were actually the two most involved county employees to provide assistance in terms of the technical aspects of the process. They'll go through quickly what those processes were. Mr. Hyatt Brown is here to give you an overview of what the Charter Review Commission approved and is asking you to put on the ballot. As you know, you will open this public hearing then for comment by the public. You cannot change any of the recommendations of the Charter Review Commission. You are required to put them on the charter or on the ballot for the vote of the public. But there is an opportunity for the public to comment on or ask questions of the information that's being provided today. After Mr. Brown is done, the county attorney will also go through the details behind the recommended charter changes. Tammy? Donna?
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. I'm just going to start our overview of the process that occurred. Today you have Hyatt Brown here, the chair, and one other member, Ambassador Stanley Escudero, who's present today. But you appointed 15 members July 2nd. They've done a fabulous job having regular meetings every month with some special meetings thrown in to try and accomplish their goals. I want to introduce you the other staff that, while Mr. Deneen gave us credit, was right beside us doing a lot of the hard labor. Corey Brown with Community Assistance, John Duckworth with Purchasing, Chandra King with IT and Now Revenue. Brittany Scott couldn't be here today, and we could not have had any of the meetings publicized the way they were without Jeff Crumbly, who I know is hiding, but you all know him well. He promised he'd be in here, and he's hiding. No, we did take it down.
He's back there hiding behind a camera.
So the Home Rule Charter identifies 3 major tasks that the Charter Review Commission is required to accomplish. 1, review the charter and present recommendations for amendments. 2, review the operations of the government and present management recommendations. And 3, prepare and distribute a final report, which you all should have a copy of. You received it about 10 days ago. In September, the officers were elected, which were, as I said prior, Hyatt Brown is chair and Glenn Ritchie is the vice chair. And it was determined at that time, at our first meeting in September, that they would not discuss any items which were under litigation. They would not even hear them. There would be no discussion. In October, rules of procedure were adopted and provided guidelines for how the commission would govern itself. This included communication, correspondence, and public participation.
Tammy Bong, Budget and Administrator, Services Director.
After that, we went out into the public and offered some listening sessions to get all of the dialogue from the community and what their concerns were. We ranged from everywhere across the county: New Smyrna Beach, Deltona Regional, Ormond Beach, Daytona Beach, DeLand Historic Courthouse. So various libraries and, of course, the facility in DeLand. We also gave opportunities for communication via email. We received a lot of emails from individuals. We would forward those emails to the members of the commission for consideration and also include all that correspondence in the agenda that we presented. So it was also posted online with their comments as well. We also were a little creative. We established a Facebook, so we would have some social media communication advising people of different dates and things that were going to be discussed. Some of the items that were discussed that they would like to go into a little bit more in depth, we did so at every meeting. We took the charter, broken it up into sections or articles, and every meeting we focused on a specific area of the charter. We had open dialogue, of course. During all of those meetings there was public participation. So every single one of the articles was fully discussed at those meetings. Of course, the item that had the most discussion was your Volusia Growth Management Commission. They had 22 public meetings through that, and the listing of all of those meetings are on page 46 of your book. But they were from everything from the listening sessions to dialogue in front of the Charter Commission to the Charter Review Subcommittee that was established, VGMC meetings, VGMC POP committee meetings as well. So a lot of dialogue on that subject matter, and it is my honor to turn it over to Hyatt Brown, where he's going to go in a little bit in depth of what the recommendations are.
Thank you. I'm Hyatt Brown, 213 Riverside, Ormond Beach. I'm not going to go into a great dissertation because there's a lot of people here that want to talk on other issues, and I'm going to respect you and them. We have three recommended changes. First, and these are charter changes that would go on the ballot. First is a cleanup of some language that was outdated, archaic, etc. Secondly is a reimbursement, approval of reimbursement for expenses incurred in the county by the county council people, which are not now being reimbursed. And then the third would be that the at-large member, not the chair, would become the vice chair. Those are the three recommendations that would go on the ballot. Also, as you well know, we did an awful lot of work relative to the VGMZ, and we actually, because of the goodwill of lots and lots of people in this county, we were able to come together with a compromise that I think was truly in the best interest of the people. And I congratulate you all for the wisdom to self-excluded appoint the kind of people that you appointed on this Charter Review Commission. They did a wonderful job, and thank you very much for your wisdom. That's my report. If you got any questions, I'll be glad to answer them in short.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other staff reports on this? Nope. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Oh.
The county attorney, Mr. Eckert.
Oh, that's right, Mr.
Has
Eckert.
a follow-up comment that gets into a little more detail in terms of the specifics behind the recommendations on each of the charter commission's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be as brief as possible, reserving some more detail for the next meeting. But to briefly run through the First Amendment that Mr. Brown spoke about, just to explain why the Charter Review Commission recommended these. The charter currently provides for provision that requires you to vote on all matters. That language preceded state law on this issue, but it's now somewhat in conflict. So this says that you are required to vote on all council actions except otherwise provided by state law, so that you wouldn't be in a position of voting on a matter in conflict, either where you're required not to or where the law permits you not to do so, where there's an apparent conflict. You've just to briefly run through the rest of them. The charter required initial adoption of the administrative code. That's been fulfilled. There's still provisions to the administrative code being amended that remained. We deleted language regarding the initial boards because that board contains, that provision lives on and pertains to boards still in existence. A notable one, which has some history, but I want to explain it because it may be of some concern to the voters, is that you're deleting the provision for nonpartisan school board elections. That was a 1994 charter change. Volusia led the state, the rest of the state on that issue, but subsequently the Constitution has been amended to provide for that. So this language is deleted, in part because the timing of the elections that's set forth in the charter amendment is not that which is provided by state law. So the only reason it comes out is because the Constitution and law now have followed the lead of our citizens. The title of the personnel director it's changed to human resources director. The charter contained a provision for election of employee representatives. This was in 1970. That this was probably a leading edge provision, but it's preceded the general law implementation of the right of public employees to collectively bargain. That the 1968 Constitution had provided, and so the legal concern now is that whether the charter would create what's called an employer-dominated labor organization and constitute an unfair labor practice. So this provision has fallen into disuse for that reason, and so it's taken out. Employees still have the right to negotiate as provided by general law. The references to the Florida Retirement System have been System Act have been deleted because there's a different provision now provided by law. The provisions requiring the initial adoption of the merit system have been deleted because that's been fulfilled. The charter contained a provision that was had great foresight, but it's now no longer needed. It allowed the county council to maintain the millage as constitutionally required. It allowed the county council to adjust millages of independent special districts so that collectively there would not be an unlawful millage. But those districts included the Mosquito Control District, the Ponce de Leon, and the Ponce de Leon Port District. You are now the governing body of those districts, so that language no longer is needed. The language containing the bonds issued by former governments is no longer needed, and that because all those have been paid. The charter contains the charter repealed a number of independent special districts, and now to provide a more readable document at the request of the Charter Review Commission, that language has been deleted. So the one positive insertion in here is to add a rule that the common law, add a provision that the common law rule of revival by implementation does not apply, so that those special districts don't come back into existence. This follows the model of Florida statutes, which also provides that the common law rule of revival by implication does not apply. We've renumbered a number of sections. We've deleted reference to the Halifax advertising tax district. Only those only those residents who've been in the area for some time will remember that. At one time there was a special act providing for ad valorem tax for advertising district that has not been levied in now 31 years after the council adopted the convention development tax. So the authority to levy that has been removed. And then finally, in this amendment is that the charter provided you the ability to amend the special acts pertaining to the Port Authority and to the Mosquito Control District and you've done so and become the governing body of those. The one change here is that this says henceforth that the county council will remain the governing body of those, so that you might amend them in other respects, but not to create another independent body. Moving on to the Second Amendment, this provides for expenses which most members in the audience may think that you already receive. It may come as a surprise to them that you, for example, did not receive in-county mileage. This would allow the council to adopt by ordinance procedures which would establish reimbursement, as Chairman Brown said. Though the expenses which might be authorized by this are in-county mileage, parking, event admissions, seminar, conference, and training fees. All these are in-county, and other miscellaneous expenses. This might allow you to pay an admission, for the county to pay an admission where you're invited as a council member, and the expectation is that you pay because the organization is not providing you the meal. So these are kind of expenses that are customarily provided for employees. The charter currently provides that you cannot be reimbursed for in-county expenses. This allows you a mechanism to provide to be reimbursed for that. This section does not authorize the provision of a vehicle for you, but for routine use or the hiring of personal assistance. It has to do with reimbursement of in-county expenses that has not been allowed. And the experience of of council members who have served through the years is that when the size of this county, that the expenses have become, particularly for the car use, have become burdensome. You're expected to appear a lot of places, and you're paying for the gas and wear and tear in your vehicle out of your pocket. Lastly, as Chairman Brown said, the Third Amendment is so that the member at large would automatically become the vice chair of the county council, not the vice chair of the county, the vice chair of the county council, instead of the body electing its vice chair. So that's the background of these. The Charter Review Commission filtered through a lot of other ideas, and these mostly have to do with the administration of the government itself, and so they may be found to be a bit dry, but they are very important.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, Mr.
One last comment from me, and that is I want to thank the members of the Charter Review Commission. They put in a lot of time and effort. You have a lot of people who came from their busy schedules. They understood how important it was. Obviously, as I told you before, one of the main reasons I came and when offered this job was because of the Charter. That's how well written it is. And while it requires a review every 10 years, it does not mean that it needs a wholesale change. I think the fact that there were a few changes bodes well for the Charter. I think that each year it's gotten better and better, and I think there's a point at which it's just sort of like our Constitution. Sometimes you get to where there are fundamentals in it that shouldn't be changed. And last but not least, I want to thank the Charter Review Commission for giving me the opportunity. I recommended one change, which was that for the county council. I've always felt that people didn't understand that they were not allowed to be reimbursed for actual expenditures within the county, when that is not true for everyone else. And I thought that was unfair, and that did survive and is one of the recommendations of the Charter Review Commission. I appreciate that very much, that made it all the way through. And with that, Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Brown is here to give the overview.
Overview. Anybody got any questions?
You know, Mr. Brown, I knew there was a reason why I liked you.
Mr. Chair, are there any members? I don't know if you have any slips on this item.
We haven't even gotten that far yet. We're still on staff reporting, but unless there is further staff reporting,
No, sir.
we will now close the staff reporting section. Is there any public participation?
No, sir.
Really?
Correct.
Okay, I am surprised. There is no public participation. We must have done a good job here. All righty. We will now close the public participation and the public hearing and open up council discussion. Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for your leadership and the entire commission. They say success is when not everybody gets their way. And I would say that's true. While I wholeheartedly support the changes with VGMC, it's no private matter that I would have been happy to see it go away completely. But that's a vote for another 10 years down the road, should any of us be around at that time to address it. But this is just housekeeping and a procedural conversation. But thank you so much for all that you did and the redundancy, the strike-throughs. And sometimes it's not what we vote through, it's what we take out also to clean up a document and just kind of level the bureaucratic field here. So I think that really bodes well. There's more strikeouts than additions. That's always good in a bureaucracy and a governing document. So thank you so much. I think Volusia will be well served, and we'll see what the citizens have to say. Thank you for your service, very genuinely. Thank you.
Ms. Kuzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the county staff, thank you for your hard work and keeping this together, for you were the glue that held them together. Thank you to my colleagues for your excellent thought and the folk that you recommended to serve on the Charter Review Commission. And finally, I want to say to each of the persons that served on the review, how dare you give of your time and your talents to be good stewards of government. And I thank you so much for all of your time and your effort. I think that we have emerged with some changes that will be good for county government. And I hope that the citizens will look into these changes and be supportive of them in as much as it can only make us better. And so on behalf of all of us and on behalf of the citizens, for your diligence in making sure that you crossed every T and dotted every I, we present to you this document today. And our sincere thanks to all of you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Daniels?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm the only one up here who has served on a Charter Review Commission. Has anybody else done that? Well, you know, I did it 20 years ago, which shows how old I am, but that should not surprise anybody given the color of my hair and other attributes. You know, it really is a lot of work. It takes up a lot of time. There's a lot of meetings you have to go to, and anybody who does it really is to be congratulated, because you devote a significant amount of time, a significant amount of thought to county government and what will make it run better. I'm proud of all of you for doing it. It was really a very good group, and I thank you for doing it. I thank you for devoting your time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wagner.
Everything's been said other than a personal thank you. It was one of the one times that it was interesting to send off something that I have no vote on once it was gone. It was pretty interesting to see where it would go. So I appreciate it and respect the process, and ended up working out very well. Thank you.
Yeah, just I appreciate everything that's done. This is my second time that I've appointed people to Charter Review, back in 1995 and then in 2015. So it's a fascinating process. I really love to watch government in action. It's been something that I've enjoyed all these years as my study of history. And when you look at our own Constitution, like Mr. Deneen said, it's there to make changes, but it is a slow process, and it needs not to be quick. It needs to be thoughtful, and I think that they've done a very thoughtful job in coming up with these changes, and thank you very much.
Well, special thanks to all the members, and I guess it really goes to show how good of a job we've done when we don't have anybody here chomping at the bit, standing up here saying how bad we are. I think you guys did a great job looking over the data and everything that's going through. It is now up to the voters of Volusia County, and I of course, I think it's a great document, and like Mr. Deneen and everybody else has said, it's a great fluid document. That's why we can change it. So I think, how many more meetings like this do we have on this matter?
Mr. Chair,
Two more?
you will have the next two meetings.
And
We will
then,
put
it's
it
up
on
to the
the
voters.
agenda for any citizens that have comments or want information.
And then it's up to the voters in the general election. So thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. Commend you. And I guess what more can we say? But thank you very much. So with that, we will close our item number 1 in our council discussion and open up item number 2 in the order of business. Open a public hearing. Staff report. Pertaining to case. I need to take. That's right. Oh, we can go through it. Okay, hold on. Okay, very well. We were just going over again the order that we were doing all this. All right, public hearing, and this is in reference to case Z-16-038, rezoning of the urban single-family residential classification R4 to public use classification. The applicants are Volusia County School Board, co-applicant Halifax Urban Ministries Incorporated, and the owner is Volusia County School Board adopting of the zoning resolution. Mr. Denny.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. This issue that's before you today, which is the public rezoning of property that the school board owns, that it will come to Volusia County. Actually, and then with the use being for emergency and temporary housing for children with families, children with families, actually is a discussion, if you remember back, to put it in perspective, that started back the middle of last year. I got involved in the early part of 2015 with the private sector group that was involved with the school board to try and look at this. Actually, the idea came up a couple years before that, but in the last year, back in 2015, is where it really started to get legs. There was some real talk about, is there a potential as the school was being evacuated, or I should say being replaced and becoming a surplus for the school board. If you remember, enough discussion took place and enough interest in the community that both you and the school board members took a tour of the property. Believe it or not, that was way back in November of 2015. It was actually November 18th. And we went through and looked at the property. If you remember, there was some talk about what could be, visions, and talked about especially helping this vulnerable group of homeless. The whole discussions, as everyone knows, on the idea of helping homeless people has gone on almost the whole time I've been here in the last 10 years. Though it's refocused itself to say that in all these groups and all the people that are homeless have similar needs and similar backgrounds. And that what I think everyone really gravitated clearly was to children and families that have children, which in a lot of cases are people that are really in the process of, that actually fell out of fell into homelessness because of things like loss of job, illness, or whatever, and we're actually in transition. And what we had, which I think we all were appalled at, was how many kids we have in school that are actually homeless. And out of that grew this idea that we need to start looking at solutions that one size doesn't fit all. And as you know, this whole idea started to culminate in being able to use this surplus school to deal with that population, which in some cases has the greatest need and also has the greatest success in being rehoused. After that meeting on November 18th, what you had were, if you recall, a series of discussions that went on in the public and a series of articles and an editorial in the newspaper all the way through, from December all the way through to February. That culminated in a March 3rd meeting where we actually worked out a contract with the school board to take over this surplus property. As you know, we paid them $200,000 for the value of the land. On March 15th, the Volusia County School Board agreed to that contract, and they moved forward. So we're in the process of making that happen, and that's all part of what will go on today. In that process was a need to have this potential rezoning taken forward to the PLDRC. And I'm going to have Ms. Kelly McGee step forward to the microphone and talk about what happened at the PLDRC. After she gets done with that, because there were issues raised at the PLDRC that are not connected to the zoning, but are pertinent to the issue, Ms. Jamie Seaman is going to walk through, and this is a little bit cumbersome, she's going to walk through documents that would take place if the council would rezone. You cannot take care of some of the fears that people have, the legitimate fears, in the zoning. To say that the zoning can be such that you can limit within the zoning certain uses is not true. You have to really do that, and there's ways to do that by contract. Those, though, are not part of the zoning decision. That also is why, in my opinion, some of the things in the whole process of PLDRC are flawed when you have these kind of public issues. Because while a number of things came up during the hearing with PLDRC that we are going to address if the council does the rezoning in other documents, that would not have been before the PLDRC. And while we understand that those comments came up and we're willing to deal with them, we had already had a plan to deal with them. So I want to assure people that it wasn't because we did not understand that those issues would not come forward or that people would have genuine fears that needed to be protected. We knew that could happen. So we had already anticipated in the other documents, should the council do the rezoning, to take care of those protections for people. But so what we'll see is we saw them rise, which we knew would happen at PLDRC. So not only will we address them because they were raised at PLDRC, but I want to assure people that we will try to address them, and we had planned on addressing them before they were raised. So Kelly, why don't you go through what happened at PLDRC?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, honorable members of County Council, I'm Kelly McGee, Director of Growth and Resource Management. The item that you have on your overhead today can be found on page 2-18 of your agenda item. As you know, the applicant requests to rezone a former elementary school site from urban single-family residential R4 to public use classification. This rezoning will allow the property to be used for public and social service purposes. Staff evaluated the application and determined that the requested rezoning meets the specified criteria set forth in your Code of Ordinances and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And by the way, those provisions can be found also in your agenda item, itemized within your staff report. Staff recommended that PLDRC forward this request for rezoning to County Council with a recommendation of approval. When it came to PLDRC, due public notice requirements were met, and there was significant participation at the PLDRC hearing of April 12th, which resulted in a community meeting. And then again, the commission brought this issue back before them on May 10th, where there was additional public participation on that date. And the commission recommended denial of the request to rezone the property by a 4-2 vote. And so I believe some of the questions that were answered, as the manager said, Ms. Seaman will be addressing. And one of them that came up, which I can submit into the record, was a question of where there are public properties in R4 currently, and county staff found there's one 600 feet north of Hearst Elementary already, and there's another one approximately a mile west of Hearst, and we have another example of public zoning within the R4 classification. So, and there are many examples within this, actually more examples in the cities than in the county. So I will go ahead and hand those to Ms. Marcy, and with that, Jamie Seaman.
Before Jamie starts her discussion, she's going to go over the restrictions. I want to make everyone clear that Halifax Urban Ministries, who have has to sign these contracts in terms of restrictions, went out of their way to be supportive of all the restrictions, and clearly did not want to have anyone believe that they would do anything that would endanger or have a negative impact in the neighborhood. So the restrictions that Jamie's going to talk about were not forced upon Halifax Urban Ministries. They were gladly accepted by Halifax Urban Ministries. There is one thing that I know came up at the meeting that we wanted to address, and it will not be in the restrictions, and that was the issue about public safety in terms of the need, if there would be, for any additional policing. Obviously, that's patrolled by the sheriff. The sheriff and I talked about this. He does not believe, as I do, that there should be any additional issues with the facility if run within the restrictions that we have laid out. But that being the case, to make people feel comfortable, he and I talked. I've assured him that adequate resources would be available. He can run any additional patrols that he wants. He will clearly monitor the situation. He does not believe it will require that, but he has the adequate resources to do that and will do it if he believes it's necessary. He will take that very serious. With that, Jamie.
Good morning. When we do straight rezonings, when the government rezones from one property to another, yes, sir.
You have to identify your position for the record, ma'am.
Jamie Seaman, Deputy County Attorney.
Thank you, ma'am.
When government rezones from one classification to another, those rezonings cannot be conditioned. You may not provide criteria by which a property has to meet that, nor may you put restrictions on the property. Rezonings must be from one classification to another, and the zoning code actually controls the uses that may be used within that zoning, and they are provided as a matter of right. This is unlike your variances where you can place conditions or your special exceptions where you can place conditions. However, as a property owner, you may place conditions when you transfer the property from you to another entity. This was one of the points that the PLDRC was concerned about, was that this was a straight rezoning and that it was going to public. And public has a number of uses, including utilities. It includes libraries. It includes many, many, many uses that the government ordinarily operates. So it's a very broad classification, and as a planning board, they had no authority whatsoever to place any restrictions, and we went over that very thoroughly with them. However, as a property owner, which you are to close on this property by June 30th, you will, as the property owner, be able to put restrictions. And so in items 3 and 4, you will be reviewing documents that have some constraints that would be placed on the property were you choose to convey it to Halifax Urban Ministries. Those constraints, as recommended by staff and agreed to by Halifax Urban Ministries, include that the property will not be used as a homeless emergency shelter, for intake housing for single persons or families without children. The property will not be used for day respite or for overnight shelter for the homeless population. The property will not be used for alcohol or drug addiction, crisis stabilization, residential treatment facility, residential treatment center. Those are two distinct uses under Florida statutes. For domestic abuse shelter, recovery residence, group home facility, or community residential home. The property will not be used for a medical clinic for the community. The property will be used to provide temporary and transitional housing for the homeless, unaccompanied youth under the age of 26 and families with children and youth referred to the property by a social service agency, and for providing administrative and supportive services to those homeless families and unaccompanied youth residing on the property, as well as recreation and student assistance programs, adult education, voluntary pre-kindergarten, child care, and co-located government services. The property will...
Ms. Seaman, if
Yes,
I may
sir.
interrupt at that moment when you're taking a breath, I have to ask my parliamentarian here, Mr. Patterson. We're supposed to be doing item number 2, and we're reading through item number 3. Shouldn't we finish
Actually,
item?
Sir,
or are
sir,
they
we're not doing item number 3.
Okay.
We are not.
Mr. Chair, what happened was, because these issues were raised at PLDRC,
Okay.
she's explaining, because you're looking at a rezoning that went to PLDRC.
Right.
What I tried to explain is that these restrictions would come if you decide to do the rezoning. So we would normally do these in order. But because it was done at PLDRC and they made that part of the discussion of the rezoning, she's trying to explain what would be in the documents that would protect people so that you can make the decision on the rezoning, knowing if you do that, what would come up in items, the following items. But there was no
Yeah,
way
it
to get
just
around
sounded-
that.
Okay, yeah, I was just.
So you're
it
not
just
doing
almost
item-
sounded
you're
like we were going through
Right,
item 3.
but you're
before
not
we got
doing
to-
that, but we have to do it now because you made it part of the discussion at PLDRC.
There's no motion on the floor at the moment.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Ms. Seaman, please. continue.
Not a problem, sir. Last but not least, the property shall not be used for permanent housing. Those were some of the concerns that were raised during the PLDRC hearing. And again, you cannot address them during the rezoning process. You may only address these during the transaction that would transfer the property to Halifax Urban Ministries. We believe that the restrictions would provide the controls that we heard in the concerns by the citizens. We've worked very hard to try to draft language that would address the issues. But today, during the rezoning, you have to follow your county code of ordinances, your zoning code, and you are to refer only to, as Ms. McGee referenced to you, the criteria set forth on pages 2-6 and 2-7 of your agenda. Does this rezoning meet the comprehensive plan and meet the requirements as set forth in your zoning code?
One additional comment, and that is, when it comes to protection though, the protection, if you so choose to rezone and transfer the property to Halifax Urban Ministries for the use that they intend, when it comes to a contractual obligation where you transferred the property, you can't have a better guarantee, because if they violate the use, they lose the property. So it's not an argument, but then it ensues that you have the property and using it improperly. They can't use the property for things that you said you cannot use it for. They lose the property. So you can't have a better guarantee of control.
Very well.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I think
I was just going to
call the
call
applicant, and I
yes,
think
I was
there's a
just going to
co-applicant.
call Sarah Lee Morrissey. Where you at, Sarah Lee? And Miss yeah. And Miss Farouk Husseini, if you would come down here in front, just have a seat in front.
Also, Mr. Chair, Tom Russell, the superintendent of schools, is here, representing the schools. The co-applicant in this case is Mrs. Husseini, with representing HUM.
Very well. All righty. Miss Sarah Lee Morrissey, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I would like to first ensure that everyone is introduced to our school board chair, Ms. Ida Wright, who is with us, as well as our superintendent, Mr. Tom Russell, both of whom are here to support our application. And I'm the planning director for the Volusia County School District, and I'm speaking on behalf of our board as well as our district. I'd like to just provide a few comments for the council's consideration. In this deliberation, I'd like to ensure that the record reflects that this school district has not invested in this property for more than 10 years. The property has been closed as a school beyond 6 years. Yes, we've been using it. We've been using it for storage. We've been using it for meetings. We've been using it for training. However, because we have not been investing in it and we have no plans to invest in it, one of the buildings is already boarded up. And in fact, in the due diligence that's being conducted over the last several months, I have to tell you that as the representative for the owner, I have required that all people who wish to visit and inspect the building that is boarded up must sign a waiver that releases and indemnifies the school board in addition, must wear appropriate clothing to protect themselves, and I have prohibited school district staff from entering that building. So the lack of investment means that considerable decay and deteriorating conditions exist at this property. And across America, because of the changes in enrollment patterns and lack of investment, there are schools across America that are being closed, that are being becoming public nuisances in neighborhoods. So I'd like to submit to you that this proposal that is before you is actually one that has taken a long time for many parties to come together on. I think it represents the very best intentions of both various local governments, public sector, the private sector has stepped forward to take a leadership position with this, and then our nonprofit sector is also involved. And in fact, all of these parties are coming together to solve a community issue that has been lingering unaddressed for many, many years in our county. And as someone who has represented this school district for 23 years, trying to locate schools, I can tell you that the people who sit behind us today many times objected to the siting of a school in their neighborhood. And 9 times out of 10, I'd like to believe that the right thing was done. But as the owner of a property that provides for a constitutional service and an important community resource, owners of properties like this want to be good neighbors. And I stand here as someone who works very hard on behalf of our school district for our schools to be good neighbors. And I think that what's been submitted to you by the county staff and what you will hear from our co-applicant is part of the effort to recognize some legitimate concerns that our neighbors have and how that those concerns can be addressed, so that in fact this adaptive reuse not only goes forward to solve a community issue for all of us, but is in fact a good neighbor for our good neighbors. And I'd just like to end by saying, on behalf of our school board and our school district, we appreciate that so many are coming forward to help us help our most vulnerable children, which will in fact help our school district move forward in our efforts to become, again, a high-performing school district. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All righty, and we will go down here to Ms. Farouk Husseini.
Mr. Chair.
Sir.
While she steps forward, I'm embarrassed to say that we forgot to mention, I did not see Ms. Wright step up. From the school board, we appreciate her attendance here today.
Good morning, Farouk Husseini, 1004 Hampstead Lane in Ormond Beach.
And I'm Ted Serbasic, 10 Echo Woods, Ormond Beach.
Thank you for this opportunity to be here to talk about homeless children in our community. As you all know, I wear many, many hats in our community. Today, I'm here not only with the co-applicant HUM, but I'm really here wearing my most important hat, and that's being a mother. My husband and I have 3 children, and every time that I picked them up from school, imagining that Michelle was picked up and had to sleep in a car was very, very emotional and very, very difficult. Trying to figure out what we can do for Michelle got me into thinking about, are there more homeless children? This was years ago. And lo and behold, if at that time Ormond Beach alone didn't have 400 homeless children enrolled in its schools. And trying to do something for Michelle and figuring out how I can help as a mother the other homeless children, we realized that the problem is really much, much broader than Ormond Beach. In fact, today we have 2,300 homeless students enrolled in our schools. I am not surprised that people are angry, residents that live close to Hearst Elementary, about thinking about there's going to be a homeless shelter in their neighborhood. I don't think I want a homeless shelter in my neighborhood. I don't think I want drug dealers, prostitutes, and all the problems that it has with it. One thing that we have to realize is what we've learned from the news lately, what we saw every day on Beach Street, what we saw on TV. Mr. Wagner became one of them for a day. He didn't really enjoy that very much, Josh, did you? But the reality is that 1 in 5 homeless is a child. You're not holding a child responsible for being homeless. In fact, Florida is not ranked very well in homelessness. We're number 37 in the country. If that's not bad enough, Volusia County, is number 44 in our state. If that's not bad enough, 25% of our own children, our kids that go to school with your kids and my kids and grandkids, live in poverty today. 25, 1 out of 4. I assure you, no child elects to live in the car or in the woods or not have a place to call home. 180 of the 2,300 homeless children attending Volusia County schools are called unaccompanied youth. Those are students who go to high school but don't have a place to call home. I've told many people many times that if my daughters became homeless, the very first thing they would do is quit school. And these kids still manage to get up every morning from their tent, from their car, or wherever they are and get to school. Unfortunately, the most vulnerable, women and children, are 40% of America's homeless. The fastest growing segment of the homeless population, if we don't do anything about it. You know, I hear all the time, well, I work hard. They should work hard. I've paid my dues. They should pay their dues. In fact, 2/3 of Americans have difficulty coming up with money to cover a $1,000 emergency. If your car breaks down, you might become homeless because at the end of that month, you might not have enough money to pay your rent. If your parent becomes sick, most of us are at the age that our parents are elderly, and you have to take care of them, and you have to quit your job, you could lose your home because you're not able to pay your rent. There are multiple reasons why there would be a $1,000 emergency, and 2/3 of us cannot make that. We're not ready. You know, I came from Iran forever ago, almost 40 years. And everybody talks about the American dream. It's true. There is an American dream. This is the most amazing country in the world. It is definitely alive and well. Unless you were born in poverty. If you were already born in poverty, you have no chance. Nearly 70% of children born to parents in the bottom 40% of incomes remain in poverty unless we all help them get out of spiral. We've been talking about Hope Place, and we are asking for the rezoning of Hearst Elementary. Please know that there are only 2 categories of homeless that's going to be residing at Hope Place. There are families with children. Otherwise, I like to call them is children with their families. Unaccompanied youth, no single adults. the question becomes, the residents would ask, why Hearst? Why in our backyard? The reality is that the structure that's there already, built by taxpayer money, is really conducive for what Halifax Urban Ministries is trying to do. It has a library, it has a cafeteria, it has communal bathrooms. The classrooms can easily be converted to single rooms. It's just because Hearst Elementary is very conducive to what HUM is trying to do. And the question that asked when I was attending their meeting was, well, why not another school? There is no other schools on the east side of the county. The only other school that was available was Holly Hill Middle. That was sold to Synergy Building. They're going to change it into a campus. So there was no other schools. It's not like we picked the neighborhood and tried to move it over there. It's because Hearst was already there. I attended the meeting that Halifax Urban Ministries held on May 9th at Hearst and listened to the concerns of the attendees. Very valid concerns. I tried to understand where it's coming from. One major concern was my property value would decline. I heard that over and over and over again. Another concern was there would be more criminal activities. They just will be because they're homeless people. And concern number 3 was my children will not be safe playing outside with the homeless children. I'd like to address those concerns. After that meeting, I called Mr. Gilreath and I said, I'd like to meet with you because there's a concern that the property values will go down if Hearst is changed into Hope Place. We had a long discussion, a very long meeting, got into data, studied many different aspects. And as you all might have read in the newspaper, and Mr. Gilreath is here, if anybody has a question for him, he said home prices are rarely impacted by any single factor. If it does have an impact, I think it will be positive. Concern number 2, there will be more criminal activities. The reality is that all Hope Place residents will be drug tested and criminal background checked. I don't know if any of you can do that on your neighbors, but we are doing this. There is no factual data proving that homeless families commit more criminal activities than homeowners. And Volusia County Sheriff's Office, as the county manager said, would have extra money in their funds in case they need to have extra patrols. Not because any of us feel that that's going to be needed, but just to make the residents feel better. I would also like to add that Halifax Urban Ministries will have security 24/7. There would be one single entry to the campus. My children will not be safe playing outside with homeless children was another concern that I heard that night. The reality is your children are playing with those kids every single day. My Nina Nika played with Michelle. I had no idea Michelle is homeless. You might not know it, but your kids are playing with homeless children every day. Actually, when you see those kids in school, you have no idea that they're homeless. You don't know. None of us do. There is no data proving that homeless children misbehave any more than children with a home. And Hope Place, thanks to Daytona State College, will have a beautiful playground with a lot of different equipment for the children to be able to enjoy that playground. In fact, one problem with the Star Shelter that Halifax Urban Ministries have right now is the fact that the parents cannot allow their children to go out because of the location that's in. And we hope that the children that would be living in Hope Place would be much better off because they will live like other normal children, being able to go outside and play. I want to make clear what Hope Place is not, because when Pastor Mann and also Mark Gillis were speaking that evening, reiterating what HUM is not trying to do, I'm not sure if the residents who were already upset were listening. So we thought it would be helpful to let them know what it's not. Hope Place is not a shelter for the chronic homeless. So the people that you're talking about on Beach Street will not be there. It's not a shelter for single adult population. It's not a drop-in facility. You don't knock on their door at 8 p.m. for them hoping to open the door, and then they don't open the door, and then you go into the neighborhood. That's what the neighbors were upset about, because if you don't open the door, then they're going to be in our backyards. The reality is this is by referral only. They have to go to an agency to be referred to Hope Place. There's going to be a drug test and a background check before they are allowed to come in. This is not going to be a drug or alcohol treatment center. It's not a domestic abuse shelter. Families and youth who do not follow rules cannot stay. Families with adults who are not looking for a job, who are not looking to be trained for a job or do better, are not going to be able to stay. And youth who will not attend school will not be able to stay. Hope Place is really a temporary and transitional housing for families with children. We call it housing because a shelter would be a place maybe that you would drop by for lunch or dinner or spend one night. That's not it. This is temporary and transitional housing. It's also temporary and transitional housing for accompanied youth enrolled in schools, in Volusia County schools. Hope Place residents will be, as I mentioned earlier, screened for drugs and alcohol abuse, and also have a criminal background check run on them before they're allowed in. Residents have to be, again, I think this is very, very important that everybody pays attention to the fact that this is not a walk-up facility. You don't just knock on their door and get in. They have to be referred. Hope Place is really a refuge where people in despair, mostly not of their own choosing, are granted a few months of respite to be able to find a job, save enough money to rent an apartment while they and their children are in a safe location, have food and basic necessities to survive. Hope Place will help them become contributing citizens of our community. We want to make sure the more we empower our citizens, the better our community becomes. We have many people from the business community here. We have many people from nonprofit agencies here today. Out of respect for your time and the attendees' time, we have asked just a couple to speak, and for the rest of them to just please not take your time. At this moment, I would like to ask everybody who is here in support of Hope Place to please stand up so you can see the support in the room. Again, thank you. Again, out of respect for your time and all the attendees' time, we have asked just a couple to speak to you. We could have Mr. Chairman, we could have everybody fill out a form if you like. Yes, sir. I actually told them, please don't, but...
Actually, they did all fill out a form.
Well, obviously, I can't control them because I told them not to.
Well, no.
If there's one from Mori Hosseini, you can see I have no control over him at all, sir.
Well, it's actually, it's very good because now we have their name and their address on the record.
Yes, sir.
That they are in support of this program.
Also, Mr. Chairman, I want you to please pay attention, commissioners, that you are representing every single individual living in our county. You are not only representing the homeowners. You are also representing the homeless as well as little kids who have no voting rights, no choice but to live in the streets because of the choices that their parents made. I hope that you would consider voting yes for Hope Place. It means a lot to our children and to their families. It would be a way to change the 25% of children living in despair and poverty in our community. I'd like to come back in 5 years to you and say 25 went down to 20 because of you. Maybe we can take it down to 15, which would be the national average. That would be a dream come true. I hope you all are here for when I come back in 5 years. Thank you.
And at the risk of taking up too much time, because Farouk's a pretty tough act to follow, so I'm not going to repeat what she said, but I am representing the board. I've been on the board of HUM for many, many years, and I would just like to add to what Mr. Denny stated, that we are in fact supportive of the various restrictions and covenants that are going to be proposed, and we think that it will be in fact good for the shelter and certainly good for the residents in the shelter and for the residents in the community.
Is that it? Okay. Thank you very much. What we'll do now is we'll go ahead and we'll close the staff reporting section. Is there any questions for the council of the staff before we get into the citizen participation? Ms. Kuzak, do you want to ask a question of staff now before we go into public, or do you want to wait till after public?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll wait until after we hear the public. When Ms. Husseini answered one of my concerns, and I'll elaborate further on that after we hear on public participation.
Yeah, I've been requested by, it's been requested by the staff to just open it up for staff, if you have a question of staff only, because we're about ready to go into a long day.
Yeah, I thought that the speakers we have just heard were a part of the report
Yes,
for
they
staff.
are. They are all part of the report, staff.
Thank you, sir. I'll just wait until after.
All right. All right, we will now move on to the public participation section of this section of the meeting. Do we have any public participation, Ms. Zimmerman? Yes. All right.
Mr. Chair, could we
yes,
recess for like 10 minutes before you start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's been a
For a
request for a recess. Is there any objection on the board? Okay, we are going to give everybody a 10-minute recess, and then we will be right back here at 10:30. So we are in recess. Chambers, could please come to order. Your 10 minutes have passed, so we are back to duty here. All right, during our short little 10-minute break, I've had many of you come up and ask, how are we going to do this thing? How are we going to do this discussion? So what I'm going to do, and this helps to move things along quickly enough. And by the way, if you turned your volume back up on your phone, could you please turn it back off or down so we don't get disturbed? I'm going to call a name, somebody on one of these slips. If you wish to speak, you could stand up and say, I am speaking, and we'll try to get this front row cleared out here if we could, and we'll start lining up all of our speakers on the front row. If you don't want to speak, but you're in support or against it, you just stand up and say, I am in support of it, or I am not in support of it, or whatever you want to say. I am not speaking, and sit back down. Your vote or your comment will be registered on the record, and we also have your little yellow slip. And a couple of you have forgot to put a little mark in there, so whenever you say I'm supporting or not supporting, I'll put the mark in for you. I got you covered. Okay? Yes, you could say wave in support or wave in opposition too. That's the parliamentarian way to do it if you would like. So, whatever works for you. Hey, morning. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm missing a couple of counts. I can't go anywhere. We don't have a quorum here, so we have to. No. Well, I was just asked to hold on for the rest of the councils to come in. So that's how everybody clear in support, not support? I'm speaking, not speaking. You have to voice. Now, if you are speaking, get out of wherever you're at. You'll have to walk up to this front row and let's fill in the front row. As soon as we get the front row filled, I'll stop calling names. We'll do the speeches. Then you'll have your 3 minutes, and then we'll move you back. While we are waiting for council to come back in the room, let me reiterate our disclaimer for the public participation. The Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please, as you have, complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you wish to address. You may use the back if you have to. After you are recognized, state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments. You may speak up to 3 minutes during this public participation section. And you can only speak on the agenda item up for discussion. The County Council does not answer questions or requests during the public participation. Please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public are not tolerated. And I know that there's a couple of people here who are running for office. No campaigning. I will stop you right there. Okay? No campaigning. So. Okay. We are kind of standing by. I'm doing everything I can not to have what we call in the radio dead air. That's not good. Right, Skip? Where is he? My old boss. He said, whatever you do, just keep talking on the radio. So I learned the gift of gab. All right, we are now all present here. Okay, I had a couple people here who did not fill out whether they are not for or against. So let's start off there. Miss Lynn Cruz. Cruza? Support? Yes. And are you speaking? Yes. Okay, well then come on up to the front line. Okay. Okay, there's one. Judy Lamont. Where are you at? Judy Lamont. Paging Judy Lamont. Going once, Judy Lamont. Okay. She is there. All right. Stephen Braun. Stephen, B-R-A-O-N, Braun. That's right?
Looks like Stephen Braun.
Stephen Braun. Once, twice. Annie Evans. Are y- Very well, thank you, ma'am. In support, not speaking. Samuel Carl. Speaking, not speaking. Stanley Escudero, speaking. Mark is that G-I or G-R-E-A-L-S? Graylis? Boy, I'm going to have to talk to you about your penmanship.
It looked fine to me.
My office tomorrow, the principal's office tomorrow. Yeah. All right. Adrena, your wife. Okay. Pam Woods. Yes, ma'am. We talked earlier. Thank you, ma'am. Diane Morgan. Okay, I got that. That's really elegant handwriting. Hard to read it. Bud Williams. Or Bob Williams. We respectfully thank you. Donna Dooley. Okay. David Barker. Selma. Oh, yeah. Say the last name.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that now.
Yeah, I see it now too. You're sitting next to him, to Mark. I understand. Both you in my office tomorrow.
They copy.
Yeah, copying on homework too. Man, that's bad. Carl, E-P-L-B-Y, is that right? Is that even right?
Epley.
Epley? Carl Epley? Carl Epley. That's the no-shows. Mike Coriel. Oh, and Salvation Army, thanks again for what you've done for our veterans. Appreciate that. Nancy Kiefer. Where are you at, Nancy? Oh, speaking. We are on a roll. Okay, Teresa Rand. Jim Rose. Tom Ray. Sandy Bishop. Where you at, Sandy? Oh, hey. I was looking for you. Joe Campanero. Joan Campanero. You are speaking. The Reverend Timothy Mann. The non-Reverend Dave Young. Where are you at, Dave Young? Mark Herwald, H-E-R-W-A-L-D. Is that correct? Herwald? Okay. Translation, please.
Looks like Maya.
Maya.
Albrecht.
Albrecht. Maya. Ted Sir Bowzak. Did I even come close? Oh, that's close. Nancy Walby. W-A-H-L. Wally? W-H-A. Wally? And speaking. Dwayne Howe. Very well, sir. Thank you. Scott Chesley. Nancy Epps. Where you at, Nancy? Hi. Good to see you again, Nancy. Okay, William Chapman. Judy Winch. Christine Moore. Oh, and speaking? Okay. Patricia Ray. Now, how did yours end up so far in this pile from him? I know you filled it out right next to each other. Oh, by the way, speaking of parking issues, if you are parked in the parking lot just on the other side of the road and you have not moved your car in a couple hours, you have a ticket. So you might want to go move your car just 5-6 feet back and forth or whatever. They mark your tires. So, Mary Lewis, just giving you the, yes, I knew there'd be somebody. Do you need to move your car too? Okay. There's a couple people moving cars. Aren't you glad we have public service announcements? Yes, and we have another one here that is Stephen Miller. Where you at? Stephen Miller. Okay. Vivian Robinson.
In support, not speaking.
This pile's getting bigger. Astrid DePerry. Thank you, ma'am. Alan Rettig. Come on up front, sir. Believe it or not, we got through that big, huge pile to that. Now we got a few more to go. Okay. Christopher Prius. Okay. You are speaking? Come on up front, sir. Albert. I'd rather you hatch at that than me. Bedowen? Am I right? Are we correct? Are you speaking, sir? Come on up. Lisa Gordon. Speaking, ma'am? Please come on up and fill up the front seats. Jason Correa. Speaking, come on up front. Okay. Take one of those two front seats right there, and we'll fill up the next one next to you with Edie Donnelly? Eddie? Oh, Edith. Is that Edith? Edith Donnelly. Are you here? Edith Donnelly. Did she move her car? Edith Donnelly. Okay, we'll kind of hold that one off to the side here. How about John Gordon? You're speaking, sir, right? Come on up front. All right. These are okay. Everybody remembers the 3-minute rule, correct? At 3 minutes, I will stop the conversation because we don't have a lot of time. There's a lot of people and we'll be here for days. So at 3 minutes per individual. Okay? We'll start off with Alan Redding. These are all mixed up. They're not in the way we pulled them out probably. Oh, I still have a pile. I just filled up the front row and we're gonna continue on with as soon as we're done. All right. Alan Redding.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name
Stay
is
tuned.
Alan Reddick. I live at 161 Briarwood Drive, DeBerry, Florida. And for the record, I'm an employee of Catholic Charities of Central Florida.
3 minutes, sir.
Most of my talk was covered by Mrs. Hosseini. She came at it from the perspective of a mother. I was going to come at it from the perspective of a father and grandfather. Right now, I will come at it from the perspective of a Volusia County taxpayer. I am all for the proper utilization of resources, especially tax resources. But there's one resource that I rarely hear talked about, and that is the human resource. What about the human resources that are going to waste with homeless people? What about the human resources that will go to waste if our children are not properly educated. And to be properly educated, you must be properly housed. So I'm asking all of you to support Hope Place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, John Gordon.
How y'all doing? My name's John Gordon. I live 1329 Derbyshire, which is 5 houses from Hurst Elementary School. I've lived there for 22 years. I've seen a lot come through my neighborhood, good and bad. Our neighborhood is just now picking itself up from this recession we've had. My fear is that all this, and maybe not the people in the homeless shelter in per se, but all that comes to it for it brings their whatever or looking for their people in this ministry. Come the day before we had y'all's last county council meeting to have a neighborhood meeting, not a week, not a month. They are dishonest. They are misinforming. Sorry, I'm a little wound up, and I'm trying not to be.
And we appreciate that.
Yes,
Hold,
sir.
hold on, hold the
Absolutely.
clock for 2 seconds.
I would like for everybody that stood up before that is
Hold on,
with these people.
sir.
to-
Hold 1 second. It was at 2:19. I'm trying to give you all your time. I just wanted to,
Fine.
I just wanted her to hold on while you were collecting. You wanted to calm down.
Absolutely.
Okay? And,
All right.
wait 1 second. Stay wound.
All good.
He's still wound. We're having technical difficulty. Breathe.
Breathing. It's
He's
all good.
breathing. All right. Go ahead and start the clock, and we'll just let it run 19 over. Go.
Like for all these people that stood up and said they were for that, all of them from my neighborhood, raise your hand. 3, 4.
Wait. All one at a time.
Nobody from my neighborhood, my community of 2,000 people that surround that school, not one of them are the people that stood up and said, hey, I'm for this. None of them, including every one of you members up there, would like to have this 5 doors down from your house. I guarantee you that. If Urban Ministry was straight up with everything they did, we would have had a week or two before that meeting they had last time. They was telling us that there's too many people. Y'all are going to have to stand outside or leave. We asked them to take it outside so all of our community could get on this conversation. They refused to do that. Me, not so much. I'm not good with words, as you can tell. But other pillars in our community that are good, it's not really funny either, that are good with words stood up, and not one question was ever answered. It was always led to another question about something else to deal with this. They had a list of like 35 or 40 different things that they were going to be able to use this property for later on. It's BS. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And no, you were doing very well with your words. All right, reset the clock. And now we'll go to Christine Moore. Where you at? State your name and your address, and
My
you have
name
3
is
minutes.
Christina Moore. I live at 1134 Indigo Road, Ormond Beach, Florida. I am the benevolence director at Tomoka Christian Church. My position was created at our church because of an influx of homeless that walk in daily on our streets. Unlike noted at the plan for Hope Place, people knock on our doors all hours of the day. We have a 24-hour call line, and it never turns off. I wasn't going to say this, but I feel like the parenting issue has been addressed. You're looking at a woman who grew up in poverty, a woman who as a child was homeless several times, never met my father, and I am a United States Army veteran. I've given 15 years dedication and volunteer to Volusia County Schools. I've worked with these students who are homeless. I've gone to the tents. I've gone to the hotel rooms where mattresses were stacked up, and these students were more vibrant and alive than some of our kids that live in gated, protected communities. There are homeless in our neighborhoods already. It is not an exception that they're only in Holly Hill by Hurst Elementary. I live in Tomoka Estates. Yeah, it's got some $1 million houses. Mine is not. Mine is very humble. I'm not a perfect person, but I have taken in some of these homeless off the streets. I've given of my own sacrificial dollar, which is not very big. I guarantee you could not live off my salary. I've raised 2 kids. I've seen what it takes. These are people, these are lives. These are not numbers on a sheet. They're not just statistics. These are children who need a voice, and they're voiceless right now. And I, as a child who has experienced some of this on the streets of St. Louis, Missouri, in a different capacity, but still the same homeless, they need hope, they need a vision, and they need people that care and that will stand up for them and not just look at them as what Beach Street showed on the news. Even those people on Beach Street need a voice. They are not all bad. They are not all drug addicts. They are not all convicts. Yes, I do think a background check is appropriate. I do think drug screenings are appropriate. That is safety. I've worked with HUM many times, and they are respectful. They're not lying. I don't know, sir, if you've spent any time serving on our streets, but I would like to encourage you to get out there and help, and then have a voice and speak into what you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And by the way, thank you for your service and welcome home. Now, I need you to get up out of there and go to your other seat, because I'm going to refill those seats. Once you speak, I forgot to say that part. Once you speak, go back to where you came from, your seat back out, your seat out in the audience. Yeah, go back to where you were sitting so we can refill the front row. Jason Correa? Is that? As I warned everybody, these things got shuffled up, so we're not in the same order. And after we're done, I'll be calling more names, and so if your name wasn't called, you're going to be called again. You'll be up front here. So you have the floor, sir. You please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jason Correa. My address is 1440 Richmond Avenue, and it actually abuts the school. My backyard is their backyard. Sorry. I'm a train wreck. I apologize.
Oh, okay, hold on. Hold time. Collect yourself. You all right? I mean, take a minute. Take what you need. Breathe. And we're not here to hurt.
Definitely oppose this. My children are in the backyard playing. They have a pool. They have a trampoline. Their friends are over. They're in their bathing suits. It's a chain link fence between me and them. I see their school perfectly from my house. Their kids are going to be on the other side, and there's going to be a wall between them, and it's going to be a different cultural. They're going to be looking from one side of the fence and looking out, and our kids are going to be looking in. I don't think putting a group of kids into one spot and showing them that they're homeless is the right thing to do. You need to spread them out into neighborhoods, not into one little piece. And I will be seeing this firsthand, and I know it won't work. You guys are going to spend $3.5 million. You know how many mobile homes for families you can actually buy for them with that? That's like over 80 you could do. It's kind of ridiculous to put everyone in one little spot. And it's actually not a little spot. It's 15 acres. This property is going to be at least 10 times as large as what HUM is operating on now. I know you guys have worked in words that they cannot have homeless in there or not, but these are bleeding heart people. They want to help the homeless. The homeless need help. How can they resist helping these homeless people, which are the real issue around, that are on the streets or that are in the downtown, that are affecting the economy in our town?
Hold the time, sir. Breathe. Do you need a drink of water, sir?
They explained how they drug test people coming in. Also in previous meetings, they explained how they're allowed visitors. These visitors are not drug tested. They're allowed anyone to come in. And they're also, the children that come in, the teenagers are allowed to leave anytime they want. So it's not a fortified area. It's anybody can be allowed in that building. It's contradiction. They say that they've got the place, they got police there, or whatever, they have security there. But the truth is, they say that they allow anyone in to visit the people that are there. So that's a contradiction. Earlier, they said our neighborhood kids can play on their playground that they have, but then later on, they say it's going to be fenced in, and they can't. And they said the people that actually do coming in to visit the parents are not allowed to be seeing the children. There's a lot. They're supposed to have this whole plan intact, but in reality, they're winging it. They're making things up as they go. They're trying to tell everyone what they want, what they think they want to hear.
Okay.
Can I keep speaking?
Your time has gone over. I understand. Well, we will address that in a moment or two. All right. Nancy Wally. Am I getting the last name correct?
Wabi.
Oh, that's a B.
Yeah, that's a B, sorry.
Looks like an H. I'm sorry.
I sat close to the mark.
Yeah, you said got you covered.
My name's Nancy Wabi. I'm from 2618 South Peninsula Drive, Daytona Beach. I'm also the president of the Volusia Property Owners Association, which is an association of landlords within Volusia County. And we have monthly meetings. We also have a website, and we are trying to make better landlords for Volusia County. We also have partnered with HUM, and it's been a year since they've come and spoken with us. We have, many of us volunteered to work with them and put people from their ministry into our apartments. The HUM Association has had counseling. We won't see the people until they leave this New Hope project, and they will have received counseling. We know that they've been drug tested. We know that they are will have jobs by the time they have gotten out of this, and it's only transitional housing. So we are there to receive them into the community, all the way from the beach side, all the way over to DeLand, DeBerry, and depending on where they have acquired positions. So I just wanted to stand forward and say that since this is only temporary housing, we are there to be the next step for this association to have places for these people to go. And not sure how long exactly they plan that each person would be in this transitional housing, but if the students can get help that are by their own and there's funding, we have some very low cost housing areas that we could get these children into apartments of their own. So I just wanted to thank HUM for letting us to join with them, and we're looking forward to working with them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. John Kemp. Wait a minute. Go over here. Lisa Gordon. Miss Gordon.
Hello, my name is Lisa Gordon. I live at 1329 Derbyshire Road. I believe you heard my husband speak earlier. I bought that house back in 1989. I was 23 years old. At that time, I didn't realize that the neighborhood that most of you folks called that neighborhood the slums. Well, I assure you it's not the slums. I've worked 2 jobs the entire time I've lived there to try and keep my house up looking well. Unfortunately, I have a pillar of the community on one side of me who has let his house run down entirely, and nothing's been done with it. I have a group of teenagers that would be homeless across the street from me that spray paint graffiti all over the front of their house, and they hook online so that they can keep their home, so they're not homeless children. I will assure you that my husband and I do want to help children. We have taken in 3 homeless teenagers in the time we've lived in this house on our own, not asking for any rent so that they could finish their high school diplomas. I assure you that I want to help folks. I wouldn't have been in medicine for 32 years if I didn't. I also am a college instructor for the last 7. I see this as a way for you to manipulate the situation and put anything you want in there. Well, this is a community that's already struggling. We don't need any more struggle in this neighborhood. Build it in Ormond Beach or in Plantation Bay or where you folks live, but not in a community that is already struggling financially. It's bad enough that Volusia County is the lowest paid county in Florida. Half of these people probably wouldn't be homeless if they were paid a proper amount they could live. So I hope that when you're considering this, that you're really taking in all factors for everybody concerned, not just yourselves and the folks that want to see this pass through. Because I assure you that most of those folks have probably never taken in a homeless child on their own. Thank you very much for your time.
We will remain in order. We don't do that. Otherwise, we'll be here for weeks. Okay, Joan Campanero.
Joan Campanero, 721 Pelican Bay Drive, Daytona Beach. I stand before you today not only as a private citizen, but also as a member of faith, which stands for fighting against injustice towards harmony. One of the questions we often ask ourselves at Faith is, what is it that keeps you up at night? And for me, it's the thought of anyone not having their basic needs met. To have to roam the streets at night or go from couch to couch trying to find a place to sleep, or trying to find a place where you can relieve or perform your bodily functions is absolutely unconscionable for me. And then, excuse me, when we add children into that equation, we have to ask ourselves where we've come to as a society. We at Faith support the proposal by Halifax Urban Ministries for Hope Place. We support all efforts to house our homeless brothers and sisters. We urge the County Council to also vote in favor of Hope Place and to continue to support their past commitments to a homeless shelter and assistance center on Red John Road. As we see the concerns of private citizens and the NIMBYism to house homeless children and families, we're convinced that it will only increase when it comes to our single brothers and sisters experiencing homelessness. Understand that was absolutely a huge part in the decision in our support of placing the Homeless Assistance Center on Red John Road. Again, we urge you to support HUM as they continue to do the right thing for our homeless brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Alberto? Albert? Translate again, please, sir. Bodone? Yeah, where are you at? That's you. That's you. That's right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
State your name and address so we can get it right the next time.
My name is Al Bedoin. I live at 40 Circle Drive in the neighborhood by the Hearst School. And first thing that I would like to say today is that I represent a lot of people that from our neighborhood that are not here this morning. But they all, like myself, have a fear of what's going to happen if this rezoning comes up. The first thing, the very second thing that I would like to say is that I don't think anybody in their right mind should think that they should be against the homeless people or the homeless organization. We're not against them. We're all for what they're doing, and I agree that it is a wonderful thing that they're doing. But what I don't agree on is that the rezoning is just going to put them in a place where they shouldn't be in a residential area that we have. And it's really a fear, and it's something that I really think a place like this that is going to get started should be in a urban area or somewhere in an area that is wide open and away from a residential area. That's the only, that's the only thing that, that I do agree on. And, our neighborhood is quite a bit in fear of what's going on. And, like I asked these people at the meeting last month at the school, and like I'd like to ask everybody this morning, the question that's been asked before, if you lived in this area, how would you feel about it? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to refill some of these seats up front here, so let me call some names. Sterling Goza. Please come up front line. Janetta Maxey, am I correct? Or Mady? Is that it? How do I say the last name? Maxey? William Berry. Come on up front, fill a seat. Ruth Taylor. Not speaking against. Thank you, ma'am. Gregory Petty. Speaking. Come on up front. We got, how many open seats we got up front? There's 2 over there. 3. We got 3 up front and 2 over there. So we still have room for probably the rest of these guys here. All right, let's try it. Crystal Runyon. You are speaking? Not speaking. Opposed? Not speaking. Barbara Herbrand. I can't see you, ma'am. I hear you somewhere. Are you speaking, ma'am? Okay. And Charlie Fondren. Okay, if you'll come on up front and fill one of these seats. And that, is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this matter? Did you fill out a slip? Okay, I do have a, hold on. Edith Donnelly. Ma'am, what's your name? Susan. Yeah, well, come on up and speak. Oh, then come on up and sit over there. I got 2 extra seats. Ma'am? Right over there. And do we have others that are?
We have some on 3 or 4 that they've given me slips, not realized.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let's read, if you filled out one of these forms and you want to speak on item 3 or 4, we're there right now. We'll speak about it right now. So go ahead and make sure you give it to Ms. Zimmerman. She will give me the pile. I want to call these next names. Just tell me if you're here. Edith Donnelly, are you here? Edith Donnelly, are you here? Okay. I'll put you in the no-show. Judy Lamont. Judy Lamont. Okay. Stephen Braun, Braun, or Braun, Braun? Oh, you are 4? 4 not speaking. Okay, 4 not speaking. Okay, I just wanted Carl Epley. Are you here, Carl? Carl Epley? Okay, and Mata Albright. M-A-T-A, it looks like Albrecht, A-R-Arbrecht. Okay, those are the no-shows. Wait, but wait, there's more. Ouch.
This is for 2, and then here's 3 and 4s. I didn't know.
Yeah, we'll just throw them all in there. 3 and 4 is really kind of the.
We need to keep them separate.
We'll keep them separate. Okay. All right. Jeanette, are you here? Where'd you come on up. Let's see. You got a chair over there next to that young lady. Yeah. And Chris Bile, you here? Why don't you come on up to the front desk here and tell us what you'd like to say.
Thank you.
Just bring you right on up here because yours is in my hand, and everybody will get their turn.
1448 Primrose Lane. Sure.
One moment. She has to hit the timer.
I thought I'd get some free time.
I'll bring them up after we're done here. We're doing item 2, then we'll probably bring up item 3 and 4. We'll just keep going. All right.
Okay, 1448 Primrose Lane, I'm good.
And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Anyway, I am not against children, against housing for people who don't have it. I am against the fact that we were deceived. You people told us, this gentleman over here who was sitting there told us that they started this in the middle of 2015, the beginning, and why didn't they contact us at that point? They don't know yet. It's all been kind of, I thought they'd be a little more ethical because it is Christian-based. They're not. They've lied to us, deceived us. And I'm not for it, and I really don't understand all the people that are here for it. Isn't there other avenues we could look in with all this manpower that's here? No. My significant other has had quite a few children and taken care of them with no money, limited money. I just believe that it may have changed a lot if they would have been had a little more integrity when they came to us, came to our neighborhood. That's the reason why the zoning commission did. They came to the meeting. I've listened to the zoning commission's ruling and why. They didn't realize people were outside. There were 450, 500 people there. I just don't understand why we have people coming from Deltona saying that, hey, it's good. I'm a taxpayer too. I own a business in Holly Hill, Ormond / I just think there's another way, and I think it's wrong the way they did it, and I know you do. Because our meeting was the day before. And the meeting here today is where everybody's working in our neighborhood. They are all working. They pay their taxes. They pay their property taxes. Our houses will go back up, but there are other alternatives for that property. Park, period. Something for the whole community, not just for a limited amount. That's all I got to say, but thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Teresa Reed, or I'm sorry, R-A-I-N-D, is that Rand? Rand. Were you sitting over by Mark too?
No, I was not sitting by Mark. I'm Teresa Rand, 465 Tuscany Chase Drive, Daytona Beach. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the YMCA, representing the YMCA. I'm the CEO of the Volusia Flagler Family YMCA. And as part of our Christian mission, we have 3 pillars that we operate under: youth development. Her time never started. Oh, I wasn't watching.
Thank you. Let's bring the time down to 2:45.
I don't have much.
Hold on. Whoever pointed that out, thank you very much. I was writing notes.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
As I was saying, we operate under 3 pillars, and those are youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. Hope Place aligns with all 3 of those pillars that we stand for, and we certainly are for anything that strengthens the very foundations of our families. So on behalf of the YMCA, and you'll hear later from Nancy Kiefer, the president of the Daytona Regional Chamber, of which I'm currently the chair of that board, we also are in support of Hope Place. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Jeanette Dick. Jeanette?
My name is Jeanette Dick. My address is 1425 Wild Rose Lane. I am 1 block from the school. Mrs. Hussaini, I believe that's how you say her name, said that Morgan Gilchrist said that it would be positive for our property values as just a blanket statement. Since that is a concern for some of the people in our neighborhood, I'd like to see more than just a blanket statement, something with proof, something more than just I think. That doesn't really convince me there. My second point is the extra patrols are not actually secure. Another concern for our neighborhood is that our children are currently there, and there's a set feeling and community in our neighborhood. And if there's this change, we've been now told that there would be the possibility of extra patrols, but they're not guaranteed. They haven't been established. So actually, to me, that seems rather empty at the moment since it hasn't been written in. And as it was said at the beginning, certain things have been written into this title contract. Well, that hasn't been written in, and that is a big concern for the community. The speaker said that kids would be playing with homeless children anyway if they're at public school. My kids are not at public school. I homeschool my children in that house, 1 block from Hearst School. I am a Christian online English professor with Liberty University. So I am not a person who is opposed to giving to people, homeless people, especially children. I have been in a shelter myself at one point in my life with my children, and I know the struggles associated with that, and I also know that people that you may be trying to get away from, or people who may have helped put you in whatever situation you are in, will come to that location. And I know that if you are trying to establish something that is going to be safe for these parents and children, the others who come in are not necessarily safe for us. I am not about not having a program like this. I think it's a great program. But the churches who want to support this, it would be fabulous for them to buy property right next to that church and have such a program next to them, so that they're getting the full Christian support that these churches say that they want to give them. I have led 6 adult and children ministries throughout my life. I know what it takes to have people get rehabilitated, to give them support. And it doesn't seem to me that this group that is leading this has gone through all the avenues. Final thought is that they say that the guidelines that have been given can't be transferred, that whenever they move into, sorry, I'm out of time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Nancy Kiever.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. 4253 Hidden Lake Drive, Port Orange. Today I'm representing our organization, the Daytona Regional Chamber of Commerce. We're an organization that represents businesses and organizations across the county. We have 1,100 members of our organization. The chamber currently supports a long-range plan to address the homeless situation in Volusia County. As we have learned over the past several years, and certainly the past several months, there are various needs and various demographics of the homeless population. The homeless situation cannot be solved with a one-size-fits-all plan. We have the opportunity with Hope Place to provide a facility specific to families with children and unaccompanied youth. They've talked about the safeguards. I'm not going to go back over the ones that I've written in my comments, but I do think it's important to understand that in addition to those safeguards, the people that are going to be on site to assist these families, to help them find jobs, to help keep the children educated, to provide a safe environment for the children, and help these families get into permanent housing is incredibly important. Hope Place will provide a tremendous opportunity and already comes with a wide range of support from the business community, area agencies, and the officials committed to its success. We have to help end the cycle of homelessness, and it starts with the families that are down on their luck and just need some temporary assistance to get back on their feet. Hope Place provides an opportunity for a hand up and not a hand out. We ask that you support the plans for Hope Place. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Susan DeLoki. Is that right? Oh, you said. It looks like. Oh, it's Delory? Okay. Yeah. I don't know. That R's looking like a K.
We have bad readership.
Yes.
Some
And
glasses
you know,
on
and here's the real problem. Easy there, you. And here's the real problem is, as I came into work today, my glasses fell out of my pocket and they got runned over. So
feeling.
Yeah, so I'm really kind of, honestly, if anybody's got an extra pair of readers in the office, no.
My
you
name
need-
is Susan Delory. I live at 1420 Wild Rose Lane. The first thing I'd like to address is that this property abuts only 8 houses, and by law, though only those 8 people were informed. Everyone seems confused that we don't know this was going on, but we didn't. And there was so much disinformation in the journal that we couldn't use that. There's a lot of retired people in the community, and they don't have computers, they don't want computers. So that's part of the problem there. I mean, the journal actually printed the wrong date for the zoning meeting. And Hum did meet with us May 9th, and the zoning meeting was May 10th. So, and at that meeting, Hum discussed a completely different project than what we're looking at today. I mean, there were 60-plus surfaces that were going to go on that property, and now they're all gone. So I don't understand why this isn't going back for a revote to the beginning, because it's nothing like what is in this application. And should have a public hearing again. We should get our chance to address this project. And the other thing is, everyone talks about crime. There's a reason. It's true. Crime will go up 30% in our neighborhood. All you have to do is pull up police maps of Holly Hill, our neighborhood, and the North Street shelter. And I know this is tough to hear, but the North Street shelter is a family shelter. Hum has not dealt with the problems there. They still exist. There was a shooting there not days ago. And in our community, do we really want more police patrols? No, we don't. We want less, just like everyone does. So for that reason and many more, I'm requesting that you vote no to rezone this property.
All right, thank you very much. Stanley Escudero. Ambassador, sorry it took so long to get to you. You're in the mix. State your name and address, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Oh, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the County Council, I'm Stan Escudero. I live at 3034 South Peninsula Drive, DB Shores, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Hope Place. I've spoken to you before on this program, which I regard as sure and certain to deliver strong, positive results for the most vulnerable among the homeless, that is the children, women with kids, selected families. These are the ones among the homeless who are most in need and most likely to respond productively to the training, education, medical care, and the chance to return to our communities as contributing citizens. Hope Place offers the very best opportunity to permanently reduce the numbers of homeless in Volusia County. It also offers a development effort which will actually improve the quality of the neighborhood where it's to be located. Of course, there is some concern amongst the good, hard-working folk who live near the future site of Hope Place. This is perfectly natural. Any concerned citizen would want to be sure that a significant change taking place in their neighborhood would not attract an undesirable element. But not only does the Hope Place program contain strong safeguards against exactly that kind of problem, a look at the neighborhood statistics suggests that its citizens are focusing their concern on the wrong target. Publicly available information taken from the internet and from the electronic newspaper headline server show clearly that there is already a crime problem in that neighborhood and that a good many of the perpetrators are people living in the area, that is, neighbors and acquaintances of many of the folks protesting here today. For example, from the beginning of 2016 until the 3rd of May of this year, there have been more than 76 instances of crime committed within 1 mile of the Hope Place site. These crimes included arson, assault, burglary, disturbing the peace, various drug-related crimes, alcohol-related violations, driving while intoxicated, fraud, motor vehicle theft, robbery, various sex crimes, larceny, vandalism, vehicle break-ins, and weapons violations. There are 35 registered sexual predators and offenders living within a mile of Hope Place, and if you go out 2 miles, that number increases to 114. The sad fact is that the Hope Place neighborhood is already plagued with crime, but the resurrection that Hope Place will bring to its homeless beneficiaries will also extend to the neighborhood. Hope Place is a result of the vision and 4 years of cooperative participation by the county, several major charitable organizations, and a good number of area businesses and nonprofits. The additional high-level attention which Hope Place will draw to the area will bring benefits in its wake. Area security will improve, the incidence of crime is likely to drop, small business activity will probably increase, and so will property values. In short, I predict that the neighbors of Hope Place will soon find themselves significantly better off than if Hope Place had never been built and the site had remained an underused and deteriorating school, an attraction for squatters and drug users. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a giant step toward alleviating our homeless problem and to improving conditions in the neighborhood of the Old Hearst School. Please vote to support Hope Place. Thank you.
3 minutes, exactly. All right, I'm going to call a few more names here, and we're going to fill up some more seats here. Let's see. Gary Kent. Is that Gary? Is that Gary? Is that Gary?
Gary Kent.
Gary Kent, are you here, sir?
Probably Jenny.
Jenny?
Jenny.
Oh. Boy, he said it was Gary, too. She works with you. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Mike Pastori, I know you're going to talk. Come on up front. There. Oh, I didn't know that. All right. Robin Courtney, Contney, C-O-N-T-N-E-Y. I don't. Are you speaking, ma'am? Okay. Elizabeth Stone. Are you Elizabeth Stone? You're speaking. Chris Hotman. Are you speaking? And you're speaking? And Leonardo San Clemente. He's not here? He is for not speaking. Okay. All right, we're going to try to get this going here. I just realized what time it was. All right, let's go. Samuel Carl. You have the floor, sir. Thank you for being so patient. It's a lot of people.
Again, my name is Samuel Carl. I reside at 312A Due East Street in New Smyrna Beach. I am a local business owner, came from poverty myself, was homeless a couple of times, and have come to the point where I provide my own income at this point. Unlike most of the people here, on top of probably being one of the youngest ones in this room, I'm also different in that I'm actually kind of a hippie. I don't really put a whole lot of stock in government. I don't put a lot of stock in religion. But I've been sitting in this room since before all of you showed up. I've been fighting for Hope Place since I first met the Gialis family last summer. What I hear from people who are concerned and who are against the Hope Project is this recurring theme of fear. And I don't mean to belittle any of their concerns. They're legitimate. I mean, I would be concerned if a community center was coming in and there was the potential for crime increasing. If there was potential for my own children to be harmed or find harm in any way. But fear historically has never, ever resulted in beneficial progress, ever. I think that's kind of, it's very important that it's being called the Hope Project, the Hope Place, because there's no guarantees. It's life. There's no guarantees in anything. You can take as many actions as you want to better humanity and mankind, but time and again, you just can't promise that it's going to happen. But that's why we hope. We always strive for better. We strive for more. We seek out harmony. I've had a hand in, as you guys know, I've emailed each of you. I've had a hand in setting up, both designing and implementing and maintaining community projects, both in the New Smyrna Beach area, as well as back in Austin, Texas, where I was before this. I've set up probably close to 10 different community centers, community gardens, that kind of thing. And every single time they have resulted in positive change. Communities come together, it brings people together, and it breaks down those walls that basically force us at this point to lump everybody in the homeless community together. As so many people have said, we can't just put everyone in the same group. There's no blanket statement that says a homeless child is the same as a homeless 45-year-old man. It doesn't work like that. It's the same way as we can't say that everyone that claims Islam as their religion is a radical extremist. You can't do it. People are all different. We all are striving toward the same thing, and that's life. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Christopher Prius. How did you sneak back there? All right.
My name is Christopher Priest. I live at 1548 Primrose Lane. I am a third-generation citizen of the neighborhood. I have lived there for 25 years, with the exception of the time I was away in the military. I came home wanting my own quiet little corner to live my life in peace. The main problem with Hope Place is that there's so much disinformation about it. I am an Eagle Scout. I was president of a local police explorer post. Before I graduated high school with a 3.646 GPA, I was in the military. I did have over 1,000 hours of community service while in high school. I am not afraid to help. I donate to a veterans organization that has bought a farm to get homeless vets off the streets, get them cleaned up, teach them a trade, and get them back out in the community. I'm not afraid to help. What I'm afraid of is that people are playing emotions. One of the speakers said they have no control over people who wanted to sign up and talk. We can't control the chronic homeless from migrating this way. I know that's not what Hope wants. I have talked with Mark extensively about stuff like this. We have been able to have a respectful disagreement. They cannot control people from migrating. And a deputy that has to respond to a DV call or potential DWI is not going to be worried about come getting a 45-year-old homeless guy who's sitting on the ground in front of a fence. So he's going to sit there for a while, be in the community for a while. No one can put everyone in one group. As the other gentleman said earlier, there's too many variables, nothing is guaranteed. We understand that. But the waters have been muddied from the beginning. No one can give us any answers at the community meeting. I believe the pastor said that they were planning this for about 4 years. In 4 years, that's a long time not to talk to a community. It's been there since the 50s. What they should have done is, hey, this is our spot. We want to start doing this. Let's see what the community has to say about it. Let's address their concerns, make it publicly, so that we can try to easy this over so we don't have this huge Charlie Foxtrot. I saved myself. But I have asked for a 5-year crime report on North Street. It was 3 CD-ROMs and took over 6 man-hours to compile for a 5-year period. I did the same thing for my community, and I have not gotten it back yet. From February 13th to May 3rd, there was a 3-page Excel spreadsheet of police and fire calls to the North Street facility, or calls that use that address for a location. I'd like you to just think about it.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Lynn Cruz. We got to you, finally.
Well, it's my error that got me at the top of the stack last time. Council members and Chairman, I'm Lynn Cruz of 3023 South Atlantic Avenue. I'm a retired teacher. I grew up with a single mother and was sometimes nearly homeless, so I appreciate the situation. But I think we've talked a lot about a lot of the details. And I think the most important function for the County Council to remember is that they are in charge of the safety and the health of the county residents. And I think you take that very seriously, and I appreciate that. And the most important use, I think, of your economic development dollars is to do something about this ongoing homeless problem that we've been addressing in so many different ways. And I hope you will bring your decision to a good conclusion for all of us in this community. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, ma'am. Sterling Goza.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I start, my first name is Sterling, last name Gosa. I live at 7 Valley Drive in Holly Hill, one house away from Hope Place. Before I start, I would like to offer 2 items for the record. A letter from a neighbor who was not able to make it. They had a prior and asked that I submit this.
Well, what we do is, well, we go ahead and have your 3 minutes, and then submit it because it has to go through the clerk. Afterwards, she will make sure that we all get a copy of it. That I can guarantee, and it will be in the record.
Okay, thank you. And I also have a copy of an email that I sent to each one of you that I would like to do the same thing. I wasn't sure of the procedure, so I apologize.
Yeah, no, it's quite all right. We're all about procedure here.
Yes, understand, sir.
Okay, please state your name and address again for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Sterling Gosa, 7 Valley Drive, Holly Hill. It's for the children. How can you be so heartless to be against this idea? It's already a blighted neighborhood. There are 50 foreclosed homes there. It won't hurt. They're spreading misinformation, those who are against it. They've had their chance to speak up. These are all statements made by the supporters of Hope Place. And they're tugging at your heartstrings. We are not against helping the homeless, the children, the single families. I've been there. When I came to Florida with 3 children in 1990, I had no place to live. I had to start over from scratch. So I am not a hard-nosed, heartless person. I understand. But what HUM is trying to do is put a size 13 shoe into a size 6 neighborhood. They do not have a cohesive plan. Their initial application had 69 different activities that they want to use. They're saying that the traffic will not increase. My God, with all those things that they were going to put in there, of course it's going to. They say crime will not increase. I beg to differ. A 1999 study by Urban Ministries and Kent State specifically shows there is a significant increase in crime in a 500-foot radius of homeless shelters. There's very few studies on this, but I was able to locate one. And I'm disappointed in our media system saying that this was all put out there. It was not put out there. Misinformation was put out. Lack of information. Obvious bias by the media. I tell you, I didn't even hear anything to speak of, no details, until it came to the actual meeting that we had that was forced upon HUM by the zoning commission. They realized that nobody had contacted anybody and tried to get support of the community, which was a big mistake. Even HUM, Mr. Margelis, admitted that, yeah, they dropped the ball in not contacting and dealing with the community. So what do you expect? You don't give us information? We get upset. We don't know what's going on. Nobody likes to be led like that. And I'm surprised at some of the later reports that I'm seeing in the newspaper. It's a done deal. Contracts are on desks. You don't have to be a political genius to figure out a 7-0 yes vote. This is going to pass. Get used to it. What happened? We're not against helping others. We want to help. But this is not the place to put it. As Johnny Cochran said, if the shoe doesn't fit, you must quit. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was a glove, actually. Mike Pastori? We're not going there. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, good morning. Pastor Mike Pastori. I live in Daytona Beach, street minister to the homeless population in Daytona Beach. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Members of the council, Mr. Dean, county staff, and esteemed members of the community. I am here to speak in favor of the Hope Place project. Victor Hugo said there's nothing so powerful as an idea whose time has come. For the past 3 years, due to the nature of my ministry, I have had a front row seat observing the professional way that Halifax Urban Ministries operates the Homeless Assistance Center. The 94-bed family shelter within the confines and the walls of the complex at no time was a detriment, and they've taken every action possible to protect the family residents. Background checks, full security, and a complete focus by management on running a safe and secure environment. I am completely confident that the relocation and expansion of the family shelter to the Hearst Elementary site will be successful. I am not unsympathetic to the concerns of nearby residents, but I believe that the restrictions placed on the project will satisfy all concerns. Now, speaking to electeds, you are elected to be our representatives. You're elected to balance these competing interests. The greater good is to allow this very worthy project to move forward. God bless.
Okay, Janetta Maxey.
Hi, I'm Janetta Maxey. I live at 1537 Primrose Lane. You all are literally in my backyard. The only thing that separates that school from my house is a 6-foot chain link fence. Now, I hear all these people that's around here that is in favor of all this. Where is your addresses at in my community? That's what you need to think about.
Ma'am, you have
Not one person
you have
here.
to speak into the microphones. We can't hear
Not
you.
one person here that's in favor lives in that area. Not one person. Everybody you hear that's all for this live in Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach, down by the sea, Port Orange. Where are they at? Nobody disagrees that this is not a cause for the greater good, but it's not for our community. And also on the rezoning area, it's supposed to help enhance our community. Bringing this into our community is not. And as far as the property value, we've looked into it because we're putting our house up for sale. Yes, it brings the property value down because we've looked into it because we're putting our house up for sale because of this. Because I have a 2-year-old grandchild that I will refuse to allow in my backyard because that school is right there adjoining to my property because you all have decided to bring this into our community and sliding it under the rug without notifying anybody. I had to literally go to the court or to the post office and sign for a letter saying adjoining property owner because you all had not said anything about this. I would have never known about it had it not been for Greg, who lives across the street from me. So you all need to just stop and think. Do you want this in your backyard? Do you like the way that this had taken place? I don't disagree with this. I'm a Christian. I go to First Baptist, Daytona First Baptist. I don't disagree with this. But I don't think that it should be brought in our area. First of all, there's no street lights. What about our kids? What about our kids? I have 15 to 20 kids playing in front of my house every day. What about those kids when they're catching the bus for school in the mornings? Everybody keeps saying the children, the children, the children. What about our children in our community that you all are trying to bring this there? Now, as far as the pastor, no disrespect, the 1 mile radius, the 2 mile radius, has any of you all been past that area? Because Nova Road was in Derbyshire from off LPGA on the other side. That is all within a 1 mile and 2 mile radius. From LPGA down to where we are, check your crime rate facts first before you get up here and say 1 mile, 2 mile, because you all need to go and check out where the area actually is. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Chris Hoffman? Friar Chris Hoffman. Is that correct?
Father.
Father,
Yeah.
F-R? I thought it was Friar.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
I'm not a Franciscan, but thank you. Father Chris Hoffman.
I'm not Catholic. I can't help you. But
I am the pastor of Our Lady of Hope Catholic Church in Port Orange, 4675 South Clyde Morris Boulevard. I also am the co-chair of Faith, and I think all the members are familiar with Faith, but it is a congregation-based ecumenical group that researches issues that affect all of Volusia County, and we do our research to find out what are proper solutions, and then we bring elected and appointed officials and the business community together to solve those problems. And so we are in support of Hope Place because it is part of the solution of homelessness. It's not the only solution. As you know, we've been a strong supporter of Safe Harbor as to do the things that Hope Place can't or won't do, namely for single individuals. Hope Place is not for that. For those who have drug and alcohol problems, Hope Place is not for that. These are the things that Safe Harbor is going to do, and why it's important as a partnership that we see what HUM is doing at Hope Place and what they had hoped to do there in conjunction with what they will help us to do at Safe Harbor. We recognize that there's a need for shelter, but we believe that the best place to do it is in one location for these single individuals. Obviously, as we're hearing from the community, nobody wants a shelter in their backyard. And as a result of that, we find that being out near county property is the best solution for that bigger piece, and that will help bring some of those individuals who are, the folks are afraid of will happen at Hope Place, well, they'll have another location to go to. We're not against any shelters or any other ways of doing housing in Volusia County, but we recognize, however, that to spread it out over a lot of different places might diminish the resources that would be available to actually take care of those needs for the greatest number of people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. William Berry.
My name is William Berry at 1420 Wild Rose Lane. A lot of my points have already been brought up, so I'll try to be concise. The crime issue versus North Street, originally in the paper in the 90s, they had something said about they didn't want to have the homeless shelter there because it'll increase the crime. Now they have homeless shelter there. They want to bring one to our neighborhood. And I feel the crime could possibly transfer over to our area, increase it. I think the zoning for the police, the evac, the fire department, and the traffic, because there's basically one way in and out, is going to be a situation needs to be better assessed. I have concerns possibly about did the federal government who gives grants towards this get dropped because they weren't able to acquire them because they wouldn't follow their guidelines. Now the county's carrying the ball, where maybe they ought to rethink that issue about is this an actual working project versus why did the federal drop the grant. I appreciate your time. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Elizabeth Stone.
Hello. Yes, Elizabeth Stone. I live at 610 Bay Avenue in Holly Hill. I used to be a substitute teacher, so I subbed at Hearst Elementary, and when I heard it was closing, it was kind of heartbreaking. After that, when the building closed, I drove by it many times and saw it empty and deteriorating, and I even said to myself one time, I said, gee, you know, it would be nice if they would make a homeless shelter out of that. And that was way before HUM even was talking about doing that. I just thought the property was sitting there, not being used, and I just think it's, you know, we need to do something to help these children, and I'm just glad to be a part of it in any way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Gregory Petty. Ma'am, you can go back over where you sat when you got in. Not meaning you go back where you came from, but.
Hello, I'm Gregory Petty. I live at 1528 Primrose Lane, right across from Hearst. I'd like to say that none of us in the community are against the idea of helping children and what's going on. And their program is, I think, you know, it's great that they're doing this, and it's a wonderful thing. However, we don't want it in our backyards. We really do not want to see this go up in our backyards. I know, quite frankly, that you guys have probably already made your minds up, and I'm glad you put in the stipulations in the amendment that you did, and it kind of puts a leash on them, and it will help greatly, and we do appreciate that. You're kind of like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't up there. I understand. But this issue, I mean, I just adopted a 10-year-old boy. I know exactly what they're talking about. He was my sister's kid. She died of drug and alcohol abuse. We took him in. I'm going through the same thing. The community has to come together. You're going to put this thing in a hostile environment. I don't know how else to put that nicely. You've heard the mumblings and everything going on. Everybody's really biting their tongues and trying to be cool. You weren't at the meeting that they had, the zoning board had, where they packed the joint out and everybody was coming unglued. It's a real hostile environment. I think they should really rethink putting this thing in there. And if they did come at it again from a different angle down the road, and they worked with the community, they might be able to put something in there and work with the community on it. But as it stands right now, they don't believe anything they're hearing. The community believes nothing that they're hearing, and it's just because of the way they went about notifying everybody. We kind of found out about it, had to blanket the neighborhood with flyers and get everybody involved, and it should have been done way, way, way in advance. These people should have been super transparent, came out, went out in the neighborhood and talked to us. I was able to go door to door and see hundreds of people in my neighborhood. They could have pulled up in the neighborhood and walked and knocked on doors. Hi, we're coming in. We want to do this. We'd like your support. This is what we want to do. And at that time, they'd have heard, well, we don't want this, this, and this. And they could have addressed it. We may not even be here today. But it wasn't done that way. I think we all understand that. And I think the zoning board, when they voted down, they were there. 5 people were there at that meeting. 2 of them got locked outside the building. 3 of them were inside. Yeah, they locked the doors because they said it was capacity, and 2 of the members were outside. They saw the community and they listened, and they voted their conscience. And that's what I'm asking you guys to do. Vote your conscience. The people obviously in that area and that surrounding immediate area do not want this in the neighborhood. That's really all there is to be said about it. I'm not going to go hashing over all the other points that everybody else has already done and all the misinformation that's been out there, but please vote your conscience and do the right thing, and maybe, just tell them they need to start over again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Robin Gauntney. Am I even close this time?
Hi, my name's Robin Gontner. My address is 1000 Walker Street, which is less than 1 mile from this school, and I am for this shelter. Because it's already created a hostile environment, I think that the community needs to come together and let that hostility go, because that hostility will reflect upon that shelter. The shelter is trying to do a great thing. These children are our future. And I think it's well needed. The area that the shelter is already in, it's awful. But again, it's the city of Holly Hill that is to serve and protect. It's not HUM's condition that area is in the condition that it is in. I grew up in Daytona Beach, and Holly Hill has not changed. And I'm welcoming the shelter, and I hope a great thing comes from it. And that's all I have to say.
Yes, thank you. Robin, I would like to introduce you to somebody. That right there is the mayor of Holly Hill.
Yes. Hey, I'm sorry, but
I understand.
Yes.
You were just sitting there going, I understand. He's tried. Barbara Herbrand. Hi, Barbara.
Yes, sir. My name is Barbara Herbrand.
Hold on. Deputy, could you give her a hand with literally, we can't hardly see you at all over here.
Oh, you want us to put a little stool under?
No, he's got a little button there. He pushes it, and the whole thing drops down about 6 inches.
It's not very quickly.
No, it's not very fast.
Okay.
I can see her. Everybody see her now? Okay. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Hi.
Yes, we've met 3 or 4 of you. I'm still at the same thing that everybody else is, most people.
You need to state your name and address for the
Barbara Herbrand, 1505 Wild Rose Lane, Holly Hill, Florida.
Okay.
Lived there since 1980. I am totally against this Hope Place. It is not for a residential area. I'm not against the homeless. I feel bad for the children. I was there in that kind of situation one time myself. Had to go to a day labor to get jobs, or work in the orange fields. My question is not a question. It is, put them in an area. You have, in the paper, they have 600 acres out there for safe harbor, where if it's not been shelved yet. And they're using 5 acres supposedly for the Salvation Army overflow. So there is a place other than our neighborhood, our community, that most of us do not want in it. And I'm very strongly opposed to this, and I have told most of you all this. And I'm gonna ditto everything everybody else said. I even talked to Sheriff Ben Johnson, and I have talked to several deputies. Ben Johnson is on his way out. He could care less. And his deputies are the ones it's gonna fall back on. And they told me, and I will not give their names, they told me that they cannot handle upon what they have now. They can't handle the amount that was listed on this thing. And if we have been so misinformed in dates and times, if you, whoever started this project, would have let us know 3 or 4 years ago, it would have been different. And if Mike Gillis wants it down there on Anastasia Drive where he lives in South Daytona, hey, move it down there. But I am very hostile, and I'm just over it. I really am. So, and like I say, you know, if what I've been reading in the paper, it's a done, talked with several of you personally, it's a done deal, keep it shut, keep your mouth shut, keep it quiet, don't tell anybody. This is, if it's a done deal, is that not breaking the Sunshine Law because you've already made up your mind? That's all I have to say.
All right, Charlie Fondren. All right, and right after that, we got James Dick. Are you here, James? Yeah, James? Yeah, that ain't. Sorry about that. Why don't you come on up front? Now, these are the last 2 people speaking, unless there's somebody else that wishes to fill out a yellow form. Because after James is done, we're going to go to council discussion. Okay? So if you haven't filled one of these out and you want to speak, please do it so now. And this gentleman's name is Charlie Fondren?
Yes, sir.
And
my
you
name
live-
is Charlie Fondren.
And where do
I
you live?
well, thank you. My name is Charlie Fondren. I reside at 1512 Granada Avenue in Holly Hill. I purchased a home in February of 2005. Along with my wife, we have my daughter living with us, with her husband and 3 grandkids. Here today to address the rezoning of Hearst Hearst Elementary School. This meeting today is placed at a bad time when many of the voices in the community couldn't be heard. And I'm here to speak on their behalf. The proposal for this school to be changed into a shelter for those who are less fortunate than most. Now, I agree that this needs to be addressed, but not in our community. To bring a shelter into our community will be detrimental. As stated on page 5, Article 8 of the proposal, it will impact our area, not as public health, but as welfare and safety morals to our families and those that we are looking out for. I'm sure that each and every one of you in this hall right now would not be like, oh yes, let's have a shelter put next to our area. Our home is less than 5 blocks from this school as it is now. We have issues with the security for our children, our families, and our homes with this. Halifax Urban Ministries, I'm sure it's a fine organization, but they have never once came to our door and knocked on our door to say, hey, we're coming into this area, we'd like to start this. Not one time, not one church has come to our door to address this issue. They have made promises of having an urgent care center, possibly sponsored by Halifax, on the property, along with a community garden and a training center to further education of those in need. This is to the point now where most of our neighbors, which can't be here today because they are working and they can't be heard. And as it is now, if this passes, we're moving out of the area. We won't be here. So I thank you for your time.
James Dick. Anybody else? All right, Mr. Mayor, you have the floor, sir. I need you to state your name and address for the record.
My name is James Dick, and I live at 1425 Wild Rose Lane, Daytona Beach, Florida 32117. I live a block away from where this shelter is supposed to go. And I find it interesting that there's certain things that are kind of hanging out there that nobody really knows. They're unknowns, and unknowns create fear. From what I understand from being here at the meeting today, whenever the seller sells the property, being the school board selling the property to HUM, they can add restrictions to the deed or whatever so that the new owner has to abide by certain rules and regulations. What happens when HUM decides to sell this and they give no rules and regulations? You're going to take a neighborhood that's zoned residential and you're going to turn it into public with no rules whatsoever. What could that do to the neighborhood? And speaking of neighborhood, I find it interesting that there appear to be, I'm just guessing here, 100 people that are for this. And there's like, none of them live in the neighborhood, with exception of a couple. And then there's a handful of people here that are against it, and they live in the neighborhood. Just that there should tell you, nobody wants this in their backyard. I want to help the homeless. I want to help all people. But there's certain things about this that just raise red flags for me. Says here that unaccompanied youth under the age of 26 will be living here. Maybe my definition of youth is wrong, but I would figure youth would be 17 and under. Because when you're 18, you're old enough to pay taxes, die for your country, serve time in prison. So let's call them adults. Let's not call them youths. And they're going to be unaccompanied. So are they going to be supervised? And I know these are rhetorical questions at this point, but are they going to be supervised? Or are they going to be roaming the streets? If they are roaming the streets, what are they going to be doing? If they do roam the streets, probably no good will come of it. And if it gets to the point where neighbors are worried about crime, which I hate to tell y'all, it's going to go up. It just will. You look at the North Street shelter, I believe is the name of it, and crime has gone up tremendously. So the same thing with property values, they're going to go down. With all due respect to the county appraiser or whoever, they're going to go down. And I don't think we want to devalue Volusia County property values. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor John Penny. Mr. Mayor, I'm watching you sitting there enjoying the show, I guess.
Good morning. I hadn't planned to speak, but since you called me out, Mr. Chair, I felt obligated to come forward and speak in favor of this project. I've been part of a team, a subcommittee of elected officials that have been working on the homeless issue for about 1.5 years now. And the frustrating thing is that when we first started trying to tackle the project, we didn't realize, I guess we realized it, but we didn't realize how difficult it would be, because homelessness has many faces. Homelessness to you may be a veteran. Homelessness to someone else might be children. Someone else might be the chronic homeless person. And so when we took on this task, we realized that we couldn't come together because we were trying to solve a multifaceted problem with one simple solution. I'm so excited to see that Hope Place is a possibility now, because it takes place of a big problem, and where then the other entities can take care of the other problems. I want to applaud the Salvation Army for stepping up. And so through some federal grant money, we have 0% homeless veterans in Volusia and Flagler County. What an accomplishment that program has done. And If we could applaud, we would applaud. I know you won't let them applaud.
I know they really want to, but
They want
you know,
to. It's-
you know
it's-
what? Unless there's any objection from the council, you can go ahead and give the Salvation an applaud because they really did.
And
Stepped up.
I stood before you several months ago about a creative project that the city of Holly Hill was endeavoring in with a company named Synergy Billing. And we were applauded for thinking outside the box and coming up with creative solutions for a dilapidated middle school. This is the same situation. And so the city of Holly Hill wholeheartedly supports this, and we have pledged $15,000 of our CDBG funds to this project next year. So thank you. I wholeheartedly support this, and I hope you pass it.
Thank you, sir. And is there any other yellow slips? You know, if you want to speak, you have to fill out a yellow slip, Mark. Nah, I can't do it. You know that. Rules of order. All right, so with that, we will close the public participation, and we will open up the... I can't do that, sir, because if I do, then everybody. So, and we've been here for 2.5 hours on this one. So with that, we're going to go to the council discussion. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for being here today. I, too, am a native of Volusia County. Having been born in New Smyrna and grew up in DeLand. I am the product of a single parent. We have never been homeless, but we were very close to being homeless many times. So we meet here today to discuss something that is important to all of us. I don't think there's a single person here that does not believe that we are the keepers of our children. I don't think there's a single person here that doesn't have fear of the unknown. But I want to talk to you about what we'll face with this day. We're talking about a school, Hearst Elementary School. And I don't know, many of you may have lived there when it was an elementary school. I wonder what were your thoughts about having an elementary school in your neighborhood. I wonder if you realize that there were children when it was Hearst Elementary that were homeless, that went to school there. So I think that we need to be very clear that we're talking about people that you are that are already in your your children's schools that they attend today. Then I want to talk about the use of Hearst Elementary as a hope place. Only in America can we have hope places. I want to talk to you not because I don't agree that we all fear the unknown. You must remember now, Hearst Elementary, vacant, deteriorating. I wonder, what does that do to your property values? And you pay taxes to have this vacant building in your neighborhood. I'm just saying, same kids that went to Hearst Elementary, maybe some of those same kids will be a part of Hope Place. I've proposed that not only we have a Hope Place, but that we might beautify this place. That it could very well be a gated community. How many of you live in gated communities? It's not a down thing, it's an up thing. How many of you live in gated communities? And then the kids that you play on your kids play on the playground with these same kids when they're in school. So they're neighbors. They're in the same, they may sit next to each other in class. I'm just trying to put this in its proper perspective. I live in DeLand, and across from my church and in my neighborhood, there is a place for single parents and children. We've never had a problem. Did we have a problem when it was empty and the druggies was coming there and squatters were coming there? We had a problem. But now that it's been painted, fixed up, families are living there, we've not had a place. And this is in DeLand, Florida, right in the heart of where I live, which many of you would call the hood. Then I want to talk to you for a minute about being mentors to the least of these. I think that you're saying, I'm hearing that it provides us with a bad feeling, lack of trust. Have you ever taken a pie to your neighbor who moved in? Why not embrace this idea in the neighbor? Why not just try to make life better? Not because it's next door to you. Well, if they were next door to me, and they are, I just told you they're in my neighborhood, but because it's just the right thing to do. I happen to be a Christian, and I would assume that everyone in here has some higher being that they would look up to. That says in the book that I read that I am my brother's keeper. And so you fear that your tax property may go down. Your property value may be decreased. May be decreased. But what if it may be increased? So you don't have the proof of either. But there is such a thing as faith, the size of a mustard seed, that things can work well when we work together. Or you know, there used to be a time that they wouldn't want me to be in a neighborhood. I probably worked harder than anyone on this dais to get here. If that offends my colleague, I'm sorry. But you can, it's just the way it is. I'm just saying. But I want you to know, I appreciate you. I appreciate your concerns. I appreciate the fact that you have reservations. But I also appreciate the fact that we as a community have a responsibility to provide for the least of these. So, Mr. Chair, I would put the motion on the floor when it's appropriate to do so, that we would have the funding, the whole place.
All right, the motion on the floor should be for a case.
Rezoning.
Rezoning case.
Well, I will rezone and do whatever else is necessary. to
So
make this
you're
way
you're
it needs
telling me you're making a motion for approval of case
Item
Z
two,
16
case
038.
Z-16-038, rezoning from the urban single-family residential classification R4 to public use P classification. And the applicant, there again, the applicant is Volusia County School. The co-applicant is Halifax Urban Ministry, and the owner of Volusia County School Board adopting of the zoning resolution. That is my motion, Mr. Chair.
Motion made by Ms. Kuzak, second by Mr. Patterson, if I'm correct. You still have the floor, ma'am.
That completes my remarks, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuzak. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take a little bit of different turn here for the discussion. Halifax Urban Ministries. How many of the Halifax Urban Ministry board members are here? If you are, please. Okay. And is your chair here? Okay. Because we haven't heard from the Halifax Urban Ministry chair. So I just, this is an important thing because you're looking at the council here. We're the ones today that have to do the heavy lifting politically. You have the heavy lifting to implement. This is not a small thing that's happening here, and you will be under the spotlight. You will be in the public sector. You will be watched. You will be held accountable. As a board, as an executive director, and I'm speaking for myself as well as the community, this is a high calling, it's a high demand. And when it succeeds, we celebrate. The opposite, we can't go where we've never gone before and fail. And I don't believe we will. So I want, I wanted to address the board first. And to the community members and the citizens, the residents that have spoken, I hear you. I hear you. And some of your comments are accurate. I do believe that it was overstated at the beginning at what was going to happen at this place. For that, a great disservice has been done to you. It was overpromised. There were comments made that were outside the venue and probably not authorized very genuinely. You've been also done a disservice, I apologize to you, by the very organized Occupy Beach Street move that we lived through. I think some of the things that we're hearing now that's what you're seeing in your mind's eye. This is not that. This is not that. But then again, with deep appreciation to the leaders who had a vision bigger than they are, bigger than we are. Thank you. Thank you for your time, the hours, your commitment, your personal name, and all the millions of dollars and the commitment from the school board, from the county, from Halifax Urban Ministries. This is quite an undertaking, quite an undertaking. I think it should also be said, I heard the word fear a lot, and I want to address that because currently it's a vacant building, and currently under, I believe, the R4 designation, Ms. Seaman, isn't it true that Section 8 housing could go up currently with no zoning, no meetings, nothing, could be done today? Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's get a dose of reality in between hostility and fear. Today, without having any of these meetings or talking in your communities or having the ability for public discourse and for the media to cover it, Section 8 housing could go up. No landscaping, no commitment from the Volusia County, the city of Holly Hill to partner, nothing. Section 8 housing. Years ago, my husband and I were therapeutic foster parents for the Children's Home Society. The children that were placed in our homes, I'll never forget the first set of brothers that we had. One was age 3 and one was age 5. 5-year-old was HIV positive. Should have happened, but it does. What I learned with that first placement, not the last one, but the first placement, when those boys, I would put those boys to bed at night, and when I got up in the morning, they didn't get out of bed. They were in the same position as we put them to bed at night. Because you know why? They were so full of fear. These boys had never been in a home where they were safe. And they knew if they got out of line, they could lose where they were at that time. I have worked with nonprofits personally outside of elected office. I've served as the opposite end of this then as a guardian ad litem with the 7th Judicial Circuit. So I went from fostering and creating shelter and trying to unite families within the system to having to be the one to go into the home and take the kids out for their own safety and literally create a homeless situation and get those children then placed in a foster home. This is not easy. This task and where we're going, the word fear, I'll tell you what you should fear. You should fear those that don't respect their families enough and walk away. You should respect the abuse that sometimes a system does bring upon, because I've stood in the family circuit court here as a guardian ad litem, and I have demanded certain services because sometimes bureaucracies do break down. They do. Because like the gentleman from New Smyrna said, it was beautiful. There's no promise, but what we can do is the best we can do with where we are now and the possibilities we have here. This is temporary transitional housing. It is the proper utilization of resources. The word fear, especially today, don't fear a positive thing to help the most needy and vulnerable among us. Our women and children are probably the most underserved population that we have. And the teenage boy is a resident that talked about having a house full of 17-year-olds. Well, let me tell you what. As a foster parent, of course, the state, thank goodness, changed the law for aging out of the system. But when these kids age out of the system, it used to be at age 18, they were on the streets. There were no options. And I can tell you there are very few individuals or nonprofits or organizations or churches that would take these 18-year-olds in. They are on the streets. The state has changed that. There are consequences to our actions. There are consequences to our lack of options, lack of actions. Somebody said we're winging it. That we are. Nobody here, ladies and gentlemen, is winging it. Nobody. You may not agree with some of the way it's been done. Maybe some of it's not been done right. But guess what? We've never done this before. The county council has never partnered with the school district. And now this is a building that's vacant. This has been vacant for 10 years. And it has got to be an eyesore. So what's wrong with reusing public infrastructure that taxpayers have already paid for and serving the most underserved population and unaccompanied youth that desperately, desperately need services? I would welcome it. I think in that community, this is going to be a plus. This is not going to be a negative. I heard the word hostile. It's a hostile environment. I hope that's the last time I hear that word. This is only going to be a hostile environment if the current residents remain hostile. I think Councilwoman Cusat said it very well about welcoming it. There needs to be a mindset change here. We have those that we need to fear, and there is hostility. It is not this. It is not Hope Place. It's a new day for Volusia. I'm proud of what our community members have done. It's not easy. Just getting started was not easy. And I know years ago, when Troy Kent was still executive director of Halifax Urban Ministries and the homeless issue was just really becoming on the forefront. And he said, Deb, stop by my office. I want to show you something. He pulled out the blueprint of Hearst Elementary. And I said, Troy, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Yeah, but there's a lot to be done. I said, there is a lot to be done. Well, then working with the school board, first we had a change in superintendents. That stalled it. Then Troy took a job, I believe, in Oregon. So then we lost Troy. There's been a lot of bureaucratic changes, but there's always been the vision and there's always been the commitment from the community to do better and to get this right. And during all those changes going in the community, there's no way you would take this to a level before there was even a plan. You just don't do that. So I guess in my final comments, I would say the sky is not falling. Our most underserved and vulnerable citizens are being lifted up. Hope Place, fall up. We'll support you. Thank you.
Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have to admit that this sounds like it has not been handled the best, and I really do apologize for the residents for that. But, you know, let's cut Halifax Urban Ministries a break. This is not their job. They are not developers. They do not know how to deal with these kinds of situations. It's not what they do day in and day out. So you would expect that this would be the sort of thing that would happen. Also, my apologies to people who are in social service. Most people who are in social service business are not confrontational. They do not do well in front of crowds that are upset. They do not. It is not their thing. They don't know how to calm the waters. They do not know how to address those people. And sometimes when they're trying to mollify, they wind up getting deeper and deeper into trouble, and that's what sounds like happened here. I'm going to vote for this, but we've got another item coming up, and that is the deed restrictions, and that is a critical part. And really, if I lived in that neighborhood, that is what I would be focusing in on. The deed restrictions. The deed restrictions we put in there are the things that prevent this from becoming North Place. That is what everybody who got up here and talked had as a model. That is what they did not want to happen. Listen to the deed restrictions. I think they are sufficient to prevent this from becoming another North Place. That is what you want to avoid, and I think this council has worked with Halifax Urban Ministries to prevent that from occurring. Now, there was one other thing that I heard from some of the members of the neighborhood, and that is what they would like is part of this land converted into a park so their children could play there. There was one woman who stood up and said that she had 15 children in front of her property in the morning, you know, waiting to go to school, and this is out in the county. These children, and there are a lot of children in this neighborhood, they've got nothing to do. That's not good. We have a huge piece of property, way more than Halifax Urban Ministries needs. We need to work out some way that we can have some sort of playground, some sort of ability for the children in the neighborhood to use the ball fields, basketball goals, you know, maybe throw in a swing set, something for the children in this neighborhood to use and benefit from. And I think that would go a long way towards helping out. Somebody mentioned landscaping. There ought to be some landscaping around this thing. It looks like a minimum security prison right now. I wouldn't want that in my neighborhood. I would want some landscaping. I would want maybe getting rid of as much of that chain link fence as I possibly could. I would want this looking better. But I really think the main thing is to have the deed restrictions that prevent this from becoming North Place, number one, and number two, to have something for the children who live in the neighborhood so that they have a place to go play, a place to go congregate, something to do besides just sort of hang around in the summertime and try to figure out what to do. And I do know myself, whenever I was in that position growing up, that whatever we found to do was probably not the best. That would be the thing that I would pay attention to if I were with a group here from the neighborhood. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
And I agree with you. First things first. I've heard this 100 times today at least. And, well, before I go there, ma'am, you in the blue right there, stand up. Where do you live? So you live behind this school, within the 1 mile. You're in that neighborhood and you are approving of this message, right? You're approving of the school. See? There is somebody here from the neighborhood. There's a couple of them. So, yeah, the statement, thank you very much. So there's a statement of nobody here lives near this thing, approves of it. Well, that's kind of not right. This is not a shelter. I've heard it all day, 100 times. It's not a shelter, folks. This is temporary housing for individuals who, like any one of us just about in this room, are one paycheck away from being homeless. You don't make that paycheck, you don't pay that rent, guess what? The landlord comes in and says you're out of here. Some of us are lucky, we have a mortgage, so you got 3 months before they kick your tail down the road. You are that close to being homeless. Everybody just about. That's what's happened here. These people are having a problem. And it's not for mom and dad. Like, for me, I couldn't go there. I don't have children. This is only for the children. It's not only for the children. It's for the children, mom and dad, or mom and children, not just children. That's why this thing is designed the way it is. It's not a prison. It doesn't need to have a 12-foot chain link fence with razor wire across the top of it. You're right. But you know, it's got this huge chain link fence around it because it's a school, and that's what schools do. They put chain link fences around, not so much to keep the bad people out, but to keep the kids in, because otherwise they'll jump out of there and go play hooky or not show up. They're doing it to secure their interest, their investment, their children that are there during the 7, 8, 10 hours a day that they're in school. Let's look at the positive point here, folks. This is something that's really, really positive that I don't think anybody around here has even thought about. If we empty North Street facility and take these family and children and we move them over here, you just opened up a 200-bed homeless facility for the chronic homeless. Well, I mean, that's the facts. That's where it is. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not. No. Don't be afraid to say it, folks. We open up room, and I've worked out there. I used to work in a warehouse around there. I know what that place is like. And it's not because of them. It's because of the surrounding area and people taking advantage of people down on their luck. So I've seen it all. Let's see. I mean, we were sitting here going, and some lady said Derbyshire. Yeah, when I was a cable guy, I used to ride out there on Derbyshire Avenue all the time, up and down, doing cable for Time Warner and Bright House when we were out there. No, we don't call that a slum. That's not what it is. It's a neighborhood. Some areas are a little worse than others, But that's not because of the neighborhood. It's not because of the good people that are out in that neighborhood. It's because of the bad people out in that neighborhood. But it has nothing to do with the homeless people. It's just bad people that live in a bad neighborhood that really don't care about their neighborhood. The crime, yeah, I've seen the stats. A mile, 2 mile, 100 yards, 500 yards, I've seen it. It's there. This may actually help this thing. So everybody keeps saying, not my neighborhood. Okay, not your neighborhood. Where? Show me a school somewhere else or a facility that's already ready that is on the area that is most affected by these children and families. And let's work with that then. But you know what? Nobody can do that because there isn't another place. This is it, folks. The school does not have, the school department, the education department here in Volusia County does not have several empty school buildings. They got one. And the other one they sold off to Synergy, right? They get sold off quick. So it's like, here we are, folks. This is what you get. We're going to work with it. Let's see. And I really do wish that people would quit taking a homeless person at face value. Been there, done that, lived it. As a matter of fact, about 4 years ago, I met a homeless guy and I said, you know what? I'm better than anybody else, I guess, because I said, hey, buddy, how you doing? You need a buck? Hey, I need a buck. Hey, I got a better idea. Let me buy you lunch. Bought the guy lunch. We sat down. Shot the breeze. Wasn't fancy, Burger King. 3 years later, the guy moved out of my house and bought his own house with cash because he was hardworking. He looked like a homeless guy, but you know what? He was a hardworking individual. All he needed was a hand up, and he took off. He lives in Ponce Inlet now in a house that costs twice what mine does that he was living in. And yes, he even paid rent. I think he's Jim's neighbor. Yeah, this has taken 3-4 years. This has taken a long, long time. Actually, I think the first time I ever heard of anything like this was about 8-9 years ago. We were talking about it. Veterans were talking about it, maybe for veterans, for homeless children and families and such like this. But, you know, here's our big problem. We work at the speed of government. There's nothing we can do about it. We've got level upon level upon level. We're doing everything we can. We're working as fast as we can. And sometimes it just doesn't work. Our North Street shelter, let's see, where was that? Already done that? That. I'm looking over my quick notes here because everybody was talking so much. And a statement that somebody said is, well, we have this 600 acres or whatever acreage everywhere. Send them all over there. Send all these kids and these families over there. Send them all to the 600 acres. To what? Tent city? You're going to build a tent city and put children and families into it? That ain't going to work, folks. The storm we had 3 weeks ago, you're going to have problems. You're going to have people hurt. These are the reasons why you don't do that. Plus, we're trying to provide a safe haven for these families and children. Children and moms need to be taken care of and safe. And if you put them out there in a 600-acre field with a bunch of, as we have all heard, with all the deviants in the world, unregulated, unprotected, you're going to have worse problems than you got now. So, celebrate, folks. I really think we should be celebrating here instead of arguing about these little things that really we can't change. We've worked hard. We've created one of the very first, what they like to call 3P programs, which is a private-public partnership. We've worked with the private industry. Thank you, Farouk, for working so hard with us on this. Working with the cities, the school board. This is unheard of. This is unprecedented. And you know what? This may actually end up being a model for other cities and counties and states to look at and say, hey, we've got these homeless families and we have these empty schools. You know, undue to popular belief in this government, if you put 1 + 1, it still equals 2. That is just making sense. You got homeless families and an empty school. put them together, and it works. Your security issues and all that stuff, I you know what? I did my internship in a middle school for when I went to college as a teacher. Yeah, the students that have homes are sometimes worse than the students that don't have the homes. I knew a couple of the kids that were homeless. You know, I kind of slipped them a buck or two, so they made sure they had lunch while I was there. But it's the kids that had the homes, they were worse. I mean, they were the ones causing all the problems. The other kids were like, hey, I don't want to mess up something. This is where I eat. So, the reason why I'm talking so long is because my little screen isn't working, so I have no idea who to call on yet. I'm going to guess Mr. Patterson. So we're going to turn the mic over to Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have a question, and I'll lump it into into one, and then I do have to make a statement. Mr. Deneen, I know there was a comment made regarding security and the deputies, and there was also regarding landscaping and stuff. Can you address that? Because I want to make sure. I think probably under current situation, probably a deputy making a comment that we don't really have the resources would, but.
Well, at this point, I can assure you, council pays for all of the deputies. Okay, it's not a separate organization. And the sheriff is probably one of the best sheriffs in the state, probably one of the best sheriffs that we've ever had. And he's talked to me. We've agreed that he doesn't believe, and neither do I, that this will create any additional burden on the police or any additional problems. What I said was that I assured him that he would have adequate money, even if he had to use overtime. So that's my authority. And he could put whatever patrols he felt was necessary. He told me what he thought he would do was monitor and see what he needed to. Now, what we could do, if you would so choose, the council would so choose, because I'll work with the sheriff, if we wanted to make sure people felt, even though we don't believe it's a problem, that they're guaranteed we can start some patrols when they first start to make sure, and if they're not warranted, then they aren't warranted, we'll know. But we can guarantee, I can make that a fact. That's not shoot by the hip. If I say it's going to happen, it'll happen. And the bottom line is that the money that authorizes that comes from this council. So if the council decides that you'd like me to start some patrols in the beginning just to make sure you assure everyone that there's no additional problems, we can do that. The next part is on landscape, and I know a number of you brought it up, and I've talked to some people individually. There was no appropriation or no amount of money in the appropriation that was asked of the council for landscaping. The reason being is that HUM and the private sector group, which are going to try and get donations, tried to ask for what they thought was the minimum amount, because it's a lot of money, that would get the job done. And we talked about what that amount would be. That's the $3.5 million. We actually paid an extra $200,000 to the school for the land. I agree that I think if from the standpoint of how the building looks today to enhance the neighborhood, yes. Could we make it look a lot more attractive out there with the appropriate landscaping, and maybe we make some changes to the fence? I don't believe that's in the money that they asked for. So if the council would like us to do that, which probably is quite appropriate, all you have to do is instruct me, and then what I would do is do a landscape plan. Obviously, it's going to take some time for them to do their construction. We could circulate that in the neighborhood to make sure people like the plan. And then if the council so chose, we could actually implement that ourselves at our cost. Do I think that you could make the property, maybe Mr. Daniels' description, I won't repeat it, but maybe is all too accurate of what sometimes institutional schools look like in neighborhoods. I do think we could sort of get on the concept Ms. Cusack said, which is more like you see in gated communities that are landscaped. And also what got lost in this, which was one of the requirements the council had, which was an entry level, or an entry portal that's single, sort of like you have in a gated community. So people cannot come and go. They have to go through a secure portal so they know who's coming and going in the facility. You could incorporate that into the design that would include landscaping. So we could do that.
Yeah, Mr. Manager, you know, I really do think that we ought to give consideration to the playground idea for the children in the neighborhood. I mean, it's a large piece of property, and what the children in the neighborhood are gonna be doing is they're gonna be looking over the fence, seeing the people who live there play basketball, play baseball, throw football around, have room to actually do that kind of thing, and they will be excluded.
Mr. Daniels, here's what we can do if you'd like. Obviously, we have to work out how this would work between HUM and our attorneys in terms of the agreement we have. If you would like us to look into that, obviously, you don't want to do that if the neighbors don't want it. And there's two ways of doing that. One is to have, because we were talking about helping it, and especially if you're going to help a larger community like that, we could come forward with a recreational program in terms of equipment that we could justify more equipment. You could do it two ways. You could incorporate it into the design of the open land that's there for HUM, which would allow co-use, or you could actually sort of speak, cordon it off. You could actually do, if people were more comfortable with, you could have one area that's just open to the public, that's separately fenced, that obviously the people at the facility would have to go onto the public side to use if they wanted to, but you could also keep that so that it really isn't a co-mixing all the time. I'd want to do that, Mr. Daniels, only after you heard back from the residents, should you vote for this.
Well, I agree completely.
But if you would like us, after you vote, and I'm not going to assume how you're going to vote, but after you vote, if you move forward on this, if you give us that instruction, we will have time. It's going to take time if this goes through to build this. We could work with people on how that would work. But we would be glad to look at that. I think if you did a public playground that was larger in terms of serving the community, you could justify putting in more extensive equipment.
Yes, and I agree completely that the neighborhood should be brought in and it should be done the way they want it done. And what it comes down to with landscaping and a playground, that with very little money, we could make this a nice amenity for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Then I get the follow-up after you do.
Yeah, Pat, I appreciate it. And I'll say more comments after Pat, but in regards to an issue that came up with fencing, and we're talking about shrubbery, things like that, we may want to look into also changing out the fencing.
Yes.
Both from the neighbors, but also for the safety of the kids that will be on playgrounds.
Well,
that vinyl fencing is a lot better solution. It's expensive, I get it.
Right.
But something to look at as we were talking about it, and you don't have to do it. I'm just saying it's something.
No, there are some options, and I will tell you, I can come up with some options. There's fencing that's not very cheap, it's very attractive, and we could change the whole look of the place. What I would need is a direction from the council to do that. Do I think that it would be justified? Yes. Do I think I could accomplish that? Yes. I would suggest that anything that we actually absolutely are going to do, say for example, landscaping's a for sure. The playground equipment and how we do that, well, I'd have to come back to you after we figure out if the neighborhood wants that. But say the landscaping, and also the thing about what I committed on patrols in the beginning. What I would suggest, because it's like the restrictions that were put on in the following documents, is that the real process today, it doesn't matter what went on. It's the real process is this county council. Today is the big hearing, and this is the group that gets to decide. But my responsibility with the county attorney is to make sure that what they want is implemented, and we're very much at crossing T's and dotting I's. So we make sure that what we tell the council will help happen. The restrictions that are going to go into this agreement are not small. All you that are concerned should get a copy of those so you know what those restrictions are. They are enforceable, will be enforced. And the same with if you tell me what I would suggest is that you put it on the record about the landscaping and the patrols. Because I learned a long time ago, faded ink is better than faded memories. And what's in writing is what matters. And we on the administrative side would never put anything down, and only the council could restrict this. We would never put anything to writing that cannot be enforced. And so this isn't just, we hope you follow along. There will be no deviations in terms of the things which I think people legitimately feel or fear they will not be allowed and will not be tolerated. And there is no ifs, ands, or buts about that, being in the contract. So what I'm saying is it's what we have in there are as good a protections as you'll ever get. So if you put the other things, if you put those in writing by your minutes, that you want the landscaping or the patrols, then they would be in writing also.
Okay, let me get back to what I was going to say here.
I was about to say, you still have the floor, Mr.
Yes,
Patterson.
yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And, you know, I will say with this issue, this isn't my first rodeo. About 20 years ago, we had a similar situation in my district, and it was going to be a home for teenage boys, and it was a lot of screaming, hollering, and some really, really angry people sitting in a room about this, and all the things that were going to happen to them as a result of these young men being in the neighborhood. And I won't go into all the other specifics, but I remember after we got started, about a year later, I went over to the project, to this place. It was in a residential neighborhood, folks. And I looked around, and some of the people that were in the room that day opposing it were over there working with the kids. Some of them were tutoring. Some of the men went out and built a basketball court for the guys. Some of them were going over and cooking meals for these young men. They found out that it wasn't the ugly scene that they thought it was. So I've seen this happen before, and I'm hoping that this is what happens here, is that the community realizes that this is not as ugly as they seem to make it out. My wife and I both are educators. She taught many more years than I did. But we have worked with children over the years that were homeless, and our parents are needing something and teaching them, and they're doing very well. I guess this is where my sympathies lie. As a council member, you sit up here, and sometimes you have to think with your head, and sometimes you have to think with your heart. Sometimes, and I am fiscally a conservative person, and sometimes when I'm thinking with my head, I will go against something because I don't think fiscally maybe it's the right thing to do. Sometimes I feel that it's the right thing because thinking about it is right. Sometimes I go against something because in my heart I know it's not the right thing to do. And then sometimes in my heart I know that something is the right thing to do. This situation is something not only in my head but in my heart, because I do feel that from a fiscal standpoint this is the right thing to be doing, and from my heart I feel that this is the right thing we should be doing. So let's get on and get this vote over with, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Wagner, closing comment.
Yes, mine will be broken up in parts based on the items that are before us, and because I have a lot of thank yous to make in later items. But this one is directed to the neighborhood. Those in the neighborhood, will you raise your hand so I can know who to look at? Okay, thanks, guys. First and foremost, my apologies. I know this is hard, and the reason I'm apologizing is this is a rezoning issue, and we're changing the use. As an elected official, no, I don't live in your neighborhood. You know, I have lived in similar neighborhoods, just different names. So I know this is hard. I know it's, you see this, or we're making a big change. And for that, I'm sorry. I deeply am sorry. Because the other part of me that represents, you know, the county, I know I have 100,000 people in my district, but the county, from a rezoning standpoint, I have to ask the question that we do a lot internally as council members: if not now, then when? If not here, then where? And I'm stuck with that issue when it comes to rezoning of what do I do. So it's hard for me to tell you that I'm not significantly changing your life. I don't take that lightly, you know, and I hope, you know, if I was leaving here, I'd be cursing my name. And I respect that. I'm okay with it. I totally understand. And for that, again, I am sorry. From a rezoning standpoint, I think it makes sense for what we're trying to do. there are big things we're trying to solve in the county council. This being, I think, right now one of the biggest, especially when it comes to kids. I don't want to talk about the positivities. I'll save that for another item out of respect for all of you, the neighbors that are dealing with this change. But I think, as the council members have said, I think other items will protect some of the things you have said. And my next part of this one is thank you. I want to thank you for engaging in this. 6 months ago, 4 months ago, Jim Deneen said, "This is the greatest project ever," which he always says, but he did this one. He's actually right on it. It really is one of the most significant. He said, no one's against it. And I guess just we really tried to get the word out. I'm not sure how that happened. But you spoke up. You really did. And I can tell you, these, which we'll get into later, restrictions are because of you. So I thank you for your engagement. This project is a better project. I feel better that I'm leaving in 6 months because of the restrictions that all of you have helped make. So I hope you can respect the fact and realize you significantly changed this for the better. You've protected future, landowners and everyone around there, and this will run with the land. So it's not that if hum goes away, it goes away. It's going to run with the land. So again, I'm sorry, but also thank you for engaging. Thank you for being part of this, and thank you for really helping me with your emails to support these restrictions that beforehand I didn't think were needed until you made your voices known. So to the neighborhood, I appreciate you, and thank you very much.
Okay. End of council comments, and we will now move on to the vote. Motion on the floor is approval of case Z-16-038, rezoning from urban single-family residential classification to public use classification. The applicant is the Volusia County School Board. The co-applicant is Halifax Urban Ministries, Incorporated. The owner of the property is Volusia County School Board, and adoption of zoning resolution. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. And so carried, unanimous. We now move on to item 3. We're good here? Okay. Item 3. This is the transfer of title of 1340 Wright Street, Daytona Beach to Halifax Urban Ministries with condition and restrictive covenants. Now, if anybody out there's got their little iPad with them, you might want to look at this one because this is where we're talking about the restrictions. Mr. Deneen.
Yes, Mr. Chair, as you know, through all the discussion, that to take care of all the actual legitimate fears that people have and all the, I think, stuff that was out there that started to get the notion that this was going to be something other than what we know it is going to be as housing for children with families. Ms. Seaman will get into the details of the restrictions that will run with the land.
Deputy County Attorney Jamie Seaman. Pursuant to Section 12538 of the Florida statutes, you are permitted to grant at a nominal value land to either non-for-profits or to other government entities. Attached to this agenda item is a resolution declaring the property to be needed for a public purpose and in the community welfare, under the condition that the Declaration of Covenants be recorded. The Declaration of Covenants is attached to the resolution and incorporated therein. Since the agenda item was originally drafted and submitted, there had been some modifications to the Declaration of Covenants and to the county deed that will be recorded as part of this transaction. Those red line marked up copies were provided at the back of the chambers for people to read, as well as at the dais for you. Specifically, we made some modifications to the first restrictive covenant, which better clarifies that the property shall not be used for emergency shelter for single persons or families without children. By removing the ors and adding some commas and changing a preposition, the sentence reads much better and is clearer. The other place that we added some additional language to ensure that the co-located government services and other recreational and assistive services are provided, we amended the restriction number 5 to the covenants and restrictions and to the county deed. And I've lost. At this point, we would ask you to approve the transaction, approve the resolution with modifications to the declaration of restrictive covenants and to the county deed. The issues of the landscaping and the playground we would address in the grant award agreement, which is the agenda item after this, and I will address those concerns at that time.
Okay, very well. Do I hear a motion on the floor? Motion for approval from Mr. Wagner, second by Mr. Patterson. Do I have further discussion? Mr. Wagner, you have the floor.
Just that I think these restrictions, again, are needed and appreciated, and again, thank the neighborhood for bringing them up and making us aware of some of the things that are concerning.
Any further discussion by council? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the transfer of the title of 1340 Wright Street, Daytona Beach to the Halifax Urban Ministries with condition of restrictive covenants, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried, unanimous. Item 4 is a budget resolution, grant award agreement with Halifax Urban Ministries for $3.5 million for construction of Hope Place.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Deneen.
this is the grant award that will make this real in terms of the money. Ms. Siemens here to go over any details in that. The one thing Mr. Chairman, I think the council needs to make clear, and that is, I think you need to make clear the landscaping and the patrols. So I think they should be on record that you're wanting me to do that. The landscaping would not be part of this 3.5 million. It would be a plan I would bring back. I would circulate with the neighborhood and with HUM, bring back to this council. We would pay for that. And the patrols, I will just take care of. So you may want to just put that. I want to make sure by you putting it on the record in writing that it's real and it's not just talk today. Yes.
Okay, and at least I would like something in there also about this playground that Mr. Daniels was talking about.
What that would be, we would investigate that, and I'll come back.
Okay.
We have time.
Okay,
If
we got
you want me
time
to
on that.
investigate back, I'll come back with a plan. So yes,
You
you
know, this
probably
is-
should get that on the record too.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those times when, the neighbors get to say, we want some landscaping too. And we should all kind of work with the neighbors. So what do you want? Do you want azaleas? Do you want bougainvilleas? What do you want? And working with them too. I'm sorry to see that a lot of them have left. But I think, that would be a good time to start with
Ms.
that.
Seaman will address that, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I was just filling in
Jane.
time while you were stepped up.
Jamie Seaman, Deputy County Attorney. Because we are going to be, you've just authorized conveying fee title to Halifax Urban Ministries in the event that you would want to build a neighborhood playground on a portion of this property. They would have to convey fee title back to Volusia County at that time. So what I would suggest is that to the grant award agreement under Article 6, I believe. There's lettered paragraphs, general provisions. I would add an additional general provision that states that HUM agrees that upon the request by Volusia County to convey at no cost acreage sufficient for a neighborhood recreation area back to Volusia County. Volusia County has, and I do not know the time period, someone needs to give me a certain time period to make this request, at which time this paragraph will become null and void. That would give you sufficient time, be it a year, be it 6 months, whatever, that we could agree with HUM. They would agree to convey that portion of the property back to the county, and you would, at that point, council could put in a neighborhood recreation area.
Now, you said this was in a paragraph here?
No, I'm suggesting
add
that
it.
we add such a paragraph
Okay,
to
okay.
Article 6 general provisions. I would also, because Hum will have fee title to this property and we would have to ask permission to access the property, I would ask for another paragraph to be added that states that Hum agrees to allow the County of Volusia to enter the property for the purpose of placing landscaping and fencing at the sole cost of Volusia County. That way, you will have that right of reentry onto the property to put in the landscaping and the fencing that you are going to have the manager bring back a plan for. And what I would ask for is someone from Hum who has authority to nod their head to please come forward and let me know if these provisions would be acceptable to Halifax Urban Ministries. We may need to tweak some words here and there. They have some fine lawyers that have been working with me, but in general, those are the two paragraphs that I would add to the general provisions.
Ted Serbosik, returning to the mic. Those provisions are all acceptable to us. Those are really things that we kind of wanted and envisioned in the first place for the neighborhood. So we would be happy to do whatever is necessary to accomplish that.
So with that, I would ask you to approve the grant award agreement with those two paragraphs being added.
Okay. Do I hear a motion? Or I'll just go to Mr. Wagner.
Well, I'll go ahead and put the motion out there then, that grant approval with the two paragraphs added.
Okay.
That makes it go. Okay, cool. And then I have comments.
Do you think 2 years is sufficient time?
If you do, I do.
2 years.
All right, works for me.
3 years. Do I hear 3? Give me a 3. I want no. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Wagner?
I have comments.
Well, then why don't you make them?
All right, now I'm to happy comments. So I am going to pull Jim Deneen and say this is the best project I've been a part of. I will spare everyone from my childhood horrors and times when things were not so good, and I will grab the handkerchiefs. Oh man, this is a big deal. Farouk, thank you. Maury, thank you for letting me do it. Everyone talks about time and your commitment, but a lot of these board members I know work for corporations that they either own or friends of them, that friends of mine, other friends own, or other citizens in this community own. There's a lot of time and a lot of money invested on the volunteer time. There is a price to volunteering when you're not retired. I know that well. Although I get paid to be here, it's different when you're working. From a personal standpoint, this is going to save lives. This is going to allow kids to dream. This is going to put dignity where it is not. Everyone talks about having a shelter and a place to go. This is about having a home. This is about having dignity. This is about feeling good as a kid and being in a good environment. And, just, man, there's, the first part was hard. I wanted to separate that from the neighbors. These are happy tears. I am absolutely ecstatic to support this project. I'm so proud of my community. I'm so proud of the volunteers. I'm proud of this government. And I am damn proud of this council. So I can tell you, it's a great day to be in Volusia County. This will go down to me as one of my largest, most important legacies. And I'll look back and really, really feel good about my time up here. So thank you.
Mr. Patterson? Go ahead and top that.
I'm not going to try. What I'm going to say is that the important part of this legacy is that we make darn sure that there's $3.5 million and the people that we're entrusting it to, that we don't have any hiccups, because everybody is watching. And if something goes wrong, it's going to blow up. And I want to make sure that everybody, from us all the way down the line to the guy mowing the grass or whatever, that we're going to exercise some being fiscally conservative on making sure this project comes in on time and under budget, or maybe even at budget. But that's my point. That's what's very important to me, and because that's very important to the entire success of this project.
Right. And I too am very, very glad to be a part of this particular process and project. Can't thank you enough, Farouk. I don't know how many times I got to thank you. Probably 10 dozen. I'm sure I got a couple more. Thanks, Hum, for working for us. And Mr. Wagner, it's been an honor and a pleasure to work with you on this project. So thank you very much for it. And unless there is further discussion, I was going to go to the vote. So, Mr. Deneen, you want to say something before we go to the vote?
Is that somewhere in the process, you still need to specifically vote to have me start the patrols. I want that on the record so nobody can say we didn't. After this motion, I'm gonna ask for that.
After this motion, we'll need a motion to start the sheriff's patrol in the area.
After this one.
After this motion. Can't modify this motion because this is a financial motion.
Right.
And this motion is budget resolution grant award agreement with Halifax Urban Ministries Incorporated for $3.5 million for construction of Hope Place, with the 2 additional paragraphs allowing us access back onto the property for landscaping and
For Hum to convey adequate property for the recreational area, the neighborhood recreational area.
what she said. All those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. And all those opposed, 7-0 unanimous. And now I will
Mr.
entertain a motion for a sheriff's patrol in the area additional. I have a motion by Mr. Lowry. Do I hear a second? I have a second by Ms. Denny's. Further discussion. Mr. Deneen, you have a discussion? Or, you're all gone now. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of an additional patrol, Sheriff's Department patrol in the area of Derbyshire, please signify by aye. All those opposed. So carried unanimous, 7-0. All right, we need to,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add one comment, and that is because I think it's really important to any other future projects that these important projects are, as Josh, I think, best emotionally expressed, really, really important to this community. I'm obviously proud of all the council members. But no matter how important the project is, and this is real important, it still has to end up in the details in a whole lot of agreements. And everything we do like this, and I think it gets missed, is that if you saw the work, and I'm going to especially call out Jamie Seaman, the amount of work up until even today, we're modifying the agreements. People need to understand that, as Mr. Patterson put it, we are responsible for every dime of that money, and each one of these agreements has every T crossed and every I dotted. And any other project, and I think this gets lost, I'm trying to state it for the council, any project that comes before us, especially those that we believe are worth considering, people have to understand that there's a lot of work and a lot of commitment in writing to make these things work. And what I want to say in the case of Hum is that they stepped up, they're taking responsibility, and they're going to take ownership of this. Nothing will work unless someone takes ownership, which includes the operating costs and the future direction of that facility. That's the key to making anything work on homeless. So I don't want that to get lost, because what I think we've done here is not only done a wonderful thing, but while each agreement may be different, I think what we've also said is that that's a lot of work too, to make sure that it really gets done. And we all know, working behind the scenes, that after the signing of the document comes, then the real hard work starts. Actually physically doing this and making it work. But I think that all too often, people, it's a good idea, but they have to be willing to sign agreements and take responsibility, and Hum's willing to do that. That's why this project's in front of us. And thanks to the vision of Mrs. Husseini. Thank you.
okay. I know we've got some lunch coming in here, so we need to hop ahead to item number 7 here. I need Mr. Palmer Patton, Kelly McGee, or Scott Ashley to come up front. This probably won't take too long. Oh, a high hand. Okay. 3 minute. Okay, we will take a 3-minute recess at the request of Mr. Wagner. Is that there's objection? Okay. We're on. Well, it's a 3-minute recess.
Thank everybody, man.
All right, Mr. Wagner, you asked for 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes have expired. Hey, Mr. Ashley, how you doing? If I get the council to join us, have a seat, gentlemen. We'll be done with this in a few moments. We just want to go ahead and hop up here to item number 7 because I'm sure that the applicant, Mr. Bernard Courtney, has been here for a while. Is that you, Bernard? Well, you can actually come up and sit right up here. I will not allow them to throw anything at you. Kelly? All right. Keeping an eye on her. Just got to wait till the rest of my council shows up here for a moment. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got enough to do it. Mr. Ashley, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott Ashley, Senior Zoning Manager for Growth and Resource Management. This is a special exception case for a garage apartment. There's an existing developed property in the DeLeon Springs area. There's an existing single-family home and an accessory structure that is proposed to be converted to the garage apartment use. This did go to the PLRC at their May 10th, 2016 meeting. They unanimously voted to recommend forwarding this to the County Council with a recommendation of approval, subject to the 2 staff conditions, which are placed on page 7-3 of the agenda item, and be happy to address any comments or questions the Commission has, the Council has at this time.
Okay. Is there any other staff reporting on this matter? Okay. Seeing no further staff reporting, we will close the staff report section, open up public participation. Do we have any public participation on this matter, Ms. Zimmerman?
No, sir.
Very well. We will close the public hearing and the public participation, open up council discussion. I'd like to throw this over to District 1 if I could, but I only have one question. How many acres is on this property?
It's a 10-acre lot that meets the minimum requirement of the
Okay,
zoning.
okay. Just, it's not very specific. All right, District 1.
Mr. Patterson had to leave.
Oh, Mr. Okay. Well, then, I will. District 4 moves approval. And District 5 seconds it. Is there any further discussion? Okay, vote. All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed. So guess what? It's a 5-2 approved. Ms. Denny's and Mr. Patterson are not on the dais at this moment. Motion is approved. Congratulations. Go forth and do great things for the garage apartment, I guess. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a lunch break here, folks. So we will reconvene. When do you want to reconvene, guys? 2 o'clock, 2:30. How about 2 o'clock or 2:30? I'm really kind of keeping it in today. All right, 2 o'clock. We will reconvene here at 2 o'clock, so we're in recess till 2. No. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date, June 16, 2016. And this is the continuation of the Volusia County Council. We have to roll back here to item number 5, which is a resolution providing discounted park entrance fees for military members, veterans, and the spouse and parents of certain deceased military members, law enforcement officers, firefighters, emergency medical technicians, and paramedics. This was something that came to me on an email. I think everybody got it. I sent it over to Mr. Deneen. You don't look like John and Julie at all. You do. But you're going to let her take the reins. This is called OJT, ma'am. Please, for the record, state your name and your position.
Thank you for your time. My name is Jessica Wintorp, the Coastal Director for Volusia County. We are here this afternoon to discuss the Florida Senate Bill 1202. It provides direction that we should do either a full or partial discount on park entry fees. I've worked with Mr. Tim Bailey of Parks and Recreation, and we have realized that there's only 2 parks that are affected on this, which happen to be our 2 inlet parks, Smyrna Dunes Park and Lighthouse Point Park. On the left of this slide, you can see the bill in its entirety. On the right side, I will summarize for you. This will apply to a couple of groups of citizens and residents. The United States Armed Forces, the Reserve Components, or the National Guard, current members, honorably discharged veterans, surviving spouse and parents of a deceased member who died in the line of duty under combat-related conditions. It will also apply to surviving spouse and parents of law enforcement officers, firefighters, emergency medical technicians, or paramedics employed by state or local government who died in the line of duty.
I think you should add lawyers to that.
Sir, we can add whatever you would like.
That was honorably
Yeah.
A rare breed indeed.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
That was good.
See what barbecue does for these guys? Yeah. Okay, are you done, please? No?
Yet goes into effect on July 1, so we are here this afternoon looking for a little bit of direction from council. Just for your reference, we are recommending a 50% discount. The current day pass is at $10 a vehicle. The annual pass is at $20 for a vehicle, and we are proposing to cut it by 50%, and we look forward to your comments.
What'll happen is anybody that fits under the standard categories, veteran, whatever, anybody would have a standard ID would show us the categories where it's harder to distinguish. If you're a spouse of the, we will just take their word for it. There won't be any no. If someone says
if you're a spouse of a deceased veteran who died in combat, you do keep the ID card.
What I'm saying is if somebody says that and doesn't happen to have that ID card, those kind of categories, we'll just take their word. We don't think anybody would lie over that. So we started at 50%. The council can decide if they want to do more. I wouldn't think you'd want to do less.
I have one question. Who pays the balance, or is it just?
No, we just money we don't get in, that's all.
Okay. Mr. Lowry.
Yeah, I wanted to see that chart one more time of the numbers.
It's only 2 parks that we have that this.
I'm just wondering if we can't do a little better than that.
That's
I'd like to hear my
clearly up
colleagues'
to you.
views on that.
Well, Mr. Lowry, you do have the floor. You can make a motion as to any amount you would like.
Well, I can, but I would like to hear what maybe somebody else might be thinking along those lines.
Why don't you make a motion and let's move it along?
Yeah, make the motion, and then we'll, if we don't like it, trust me.
Okay.
We don't want to hear it.
Well, let me ask the question. How much does this involve? Is this really going to be all that much?
It will not. It will not impact us financially, to any large degree.
Or why we would even charge at all? That's my
The
thing.
only question is, I guess it depends on your
Afraid some
philosophy.
might take advantage of it if we did that.
Well, the only thing I think you have to watch is people start asking, well, then why don't you start doing everything for all kinds of group? And if I think there's a philosophy that that you should pay something.
Okay.
I started at 50 because I didn't think that you might want to go lower. If I went lower, it'd be harder to go above me. And I've heard from council members who believe that people should pay something or they lose perspective. Also, that then it doesn't look like they're getting in free. Other people are paying something, and so then we start getting people saying, "Well, I want some kind of discount."
These are pretty small amounts, so I'm happy with that. I'll stay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can make up the money by just charging the lawyers double. Yes, Joyce.
I was just going to say that. I agree. I agree,
can make a motion.
50% is quite a discount.
Oh, you did make a motion, Mr. Lowry?
I was in the process of getting ready to.
Oh, because you
But
sat
that's
back.
okay, I'm sorry.
You sat back, I just figured you were done. I'm sorry.
No, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt these rates that have been presented.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made of adoption by Mr. Lowry, second made by Ms. Cusack. You still have the floor, madam? Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's what I was going to do, but that's fine. I'm good.
We can move. Okay. Any further discussion?
Only that we will keep a record of us, and we'll figure out next year how many people took advantage of it.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Okay, and if it's not that substantial, we could probably change that amount if you wanted.
But go ahead and move forward.
Well, I'm moving forward. All those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. And all those opposed. So carried 6-0. Mr. Patterson has been excused. Okay, we move on now to item number 6. 7 has been adopted. Item number 6, approval of extension of Service Director, Mr. Jim Deneen. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, I'll let Donna handle this, and we're happy to have the newest potential candidate, should I say, for our extension service.
Good afternoon, members of the council, Mr. Chair, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. I'm very pleased to introduce to you today Dennis Mudge. He's the state's candidate that he would like us to approve, and he's going to come up here. Go ahead, Dennis. He has over 30 years of experience as an extension agent. Began that experience up in Cornell, New York, and moved down to Florida about 20 years ago, and has had 19 years of experience in agriculture and natural resources down in Orange and Seminole counties. So we're very pleased to bring him forward to you today.
Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the council, I just would like to express to you my appreciation to be here. You've stolen me from Orange County, and the ranchers and farmers down there are a little disgruntled, but that's okay. I'm excited to be here and a chance to work with the people here. And I want to thank Mr. Deneen publicly for his effort with this as well, and it's nice to be here.
Well, rest assured, we have plenty of ranchers and farmers here. So just come on up to Pearson, we'll show you them all. Is there a motion on the table? Motion for approval.
So moved.
Isn't that what we need? Oh, and you
You're making them nervous.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Fred.
You have my wholehearted support. I just wanted to watch this unfold. You didn't fold under pressure. You're in.
Yeah, you're there, man. You are there.
Hey, what was in the brownies that we ate? That's what I want to know.
They came in from Colorado.
It was less than 20 grams. We're okay.
Just kidding.
See what I got to work with. All right, motion for so moved. You got a little louder there. By Mr. Lowry and a second by Mr. Daniels. Okay. Any further discussion? Well, it looks like it. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, you're in the wrong room. Okay, no opposed. So moved 6-0. Mr. Patterson is gone. Welcome aboard. I was always over there talking to Dave, so we'll be chatting.
Great.
Well, all righty. Now, see, we were going to be on our way down the road here very soon, but Mr. Deneen said he wanted to pull item number 8, 11, 12, 15.
I'm gonna touch on these real quick
Go ahead.
myself. I only pulled them because I think sometimes it's my responsibility to highlight good news, and just as we pass through these. Item 8, that's the license agreement on TSA PreCheck. I just wanted to pass along that it worked out so well. They're coming back, and the demand has been unbelievable. And the way we've, I think, addressed people's needs in terms of the way we handled them, them and getting them through the line, nothing but accolades. Okay, once again, it's a service that I think people really appreciated at our airport. Number 11.
Hold it. One moment, we have to
Move
we have
You
to
got- you gotta move
one item at a time, yes, and I'm happy we're making $8,000 on it. Do I hear a motion?
Move approval.
Motion for approval by Mr. Wagner, second by Mr. Lowry. Further discussion? None. All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So carried 6-0. Item 11.
I'll let Donna give you some quick on this, but this is a really good news for citizens. Donna?
Again, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. When we brought this forward in the agenda conference, the manager said, hey, this is, once again, homelessness prevention. So we want to let you know that we got some extra money from the state, and an additional 380 families will be served with these additional funds this year with rent assistance. So really good news for our continuing efforts for homelessness.
Part of the part of the 13 million that we use every year to try and help citizens keep from becoming homeless.
Because believe it or not, an ounce of prevention is well worth a pound of cure.
In fact, as Ms. Cusack said, a lot of these are families that by one paycheck or one utility bill, they're homeless.
Yep, that's right.
Number 12. Oh, sorry.
We got a motion for approval from Ms. Cusack. Do I hear a second? Second by Ms. Denny's. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed? So carried. 6-0.
Number
Item
12. What this one is just showing, I like to highlight when we're doing things to save money. Steve, you want to make a quick comment on this?
Good afternoon, Steve Scherer, Votran General Manager. And the item that you have before you today, item number 12, is for a contract to purchase replacement engines. Part of our normal preventive maintenance program is engine replacement on our buses. We replace engines every 250,000 miles. The FTA requires that we keep buses for 500,000 miles or 12 years, but through our normal preventive maintenance program and regular engine replacements, we routinely keep buses into the 800,000 mile range, which obviously saves a good amount of money from bus replacement because a new bus costs about $485,000.
So with that, just another example of where we are constantly. All this will come home to roost in my budget presentation at the next meeting. A lot of what you're going to see is we are doing better for the first time ever in revenues, but we even do better in expenses. We are constantly looking for ways to cut costs. This is another example.
Do we generate revenue from selling the engines, the old engines? What do we do with the old engines?
There's a core charge of about $4,000 per core.
Okay, so they're back as cores.
So the item that you see here is the cost for 11 motors. The core charges are worked in there, so it will actually, if all those core charges come back to us, the item will cost actually a little bit less than what it shows on the.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That it? Okay. All right. We'll entertain a motion. So moved by Ms. Denny. Second. Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed? Very well. Now we move on to item 15, Mr. Denny.
Item 15, this one I had to make a comment about. We are really working diligently on healthcare to not have good quality, but to find ways to save money and make sure that we ensure that the healthcare really is effective for our employees. And our contract extension amendment to the Corvell Healthcare Corporation for workers' compensation, medical, and pharmacy bill review is $80,000. We've had good luck with this organization. In the last 3 years, at $80,000 a year, we saved $8 million.
That's a lot of money.
I want to say that again. $80,000 a year, 3 years in a row, and the reason we're renewing this contract, we saved $8 million with this contract.
Ms. Denny's. This is your woo-hoo movement. Okay.
Somehow I thought you'd be good with it.
I thought you would do that. I thought you would go, woo.
I'll help you all out. Woo!
As Joe Nolan would say, I know you're all jazzed up.
All righty. So, further discussion on this matter. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Ms. Denny. Seconds by Mr. Lowry. Okay, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by aye. All those opposed. Ms. Denny's, item 25 is yours. You have the floor.
This is the woo-hoo moment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go for the woo-hoo. I'm ready.
Okay, well, I didn't know, Mr. Deneen, if the sheriff, if Mr. Johnson was going to be here.
I need to, did we ever find out whether he was
I
gonna?
don't want to take his thunder. I mean, I have no problem discussing it, but I
He
don't
was,
wanna-
we told him he wouldn't be before 2:30, so he was supposed to be back. How about we hold this for a few minutes till later on?
told us, because if he would like to address it, I think this is.
I think that
I don't
would be appropriate.
wanna steal his thunder.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
We've only got like 3 hours.
No, I think you'll be done long before that.
No, for him. All right, we're gonna move on here after lunch. Okay, item number 2, resolution renewal of non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection franchise to Waste Pro of Florida Incorporated out of Daytona Beach.
And that is item 26, sir.
That is item 26. Is that what I said? You said 2. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I said after 2.
Oh, okay.
After 2. I was just. John, help.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. I'm going to introduce Regina Montgomery. Lenny Marion unfortunately had something to deal with this afternoon, couldn't make it, but Regina is a good stand-in for Lenny, and she can go through this agenda item for you very quickly.
Again, Regina Montgomery, Solid Waste Division. This is a standard 5-year renewal for a non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection franchise for the unincorporated Volusia County area. Waste Pro has been a good vendor. All the paperwork is in order. We anticipate $56,000 in annual revenue, and staff would recommend approval.
Thank you very much. You are. Mr. Wagner. Motion for approval by Mr. Wagner. Second by Mr. Lauer. This is the most I've heard you speak in weeks. Okay. Any further discussing? It's the barbecue, the brownies, yeah. Okay, seeing nothing. All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So carried, 6-0. Mr. Patterson.
Thank you.
Absent. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Item number 27, the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2015. This is also known as the Camphor Report. You have 3 minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion for approval. I'm taking it. And a second. Further discussion. There is a motion for call the question. All those in favor of call for the question, please signify by aye. All those opposed. Question has been called. Approval of comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2015. All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed.
You can sit right here.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can you
It
tell
is-
me who made, it was so fast, who made
Mr.
the
Wagner,
motion?
I'm telling you, I'm just reading. You made the motion. You made the second. You made the second.
I
Josh
had-
made the motion.
But I had a comment.
Oh, Miss Joyce has a comment, please. Wow, they were going so, yes.
Question on me. I just wanted to say to the financial department what an excellent job they have done, and we are so proud of you and your staff and all of those involved for what you've done to keep us in a financial and stable position. We thank you all, and even though we are rushing, I know it could have been, the room could have been full, and we could have comments upon comments, but because of your excellent work, you and your staff.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
stand up,
guys.
stand up.
By the way, Bernadette, come to the podium. They were running by so quick. I understand there was a reason, but there is a little decorum. I would like to say thank you very much to you and your staff, because you guys, little known, you found something, but we were able to get it fixed, and it wasn't really a big issue. And I really appreciate your guys' due diligence over there.
You're
So thank
very
you much.
welcome.
Yeah.
Our PowerPoint presentation has been posted on the web for anyone that's listening in the audience that would like to review it. Also, we did meet one-on-one with each one of you in depth to go over the issues. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and of course, thanks to staff for a job well done.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is the easiest presentation I've ever had to do.
Oh,
Appreciate that as well.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Just real quick, I would like to bring up Ryan Osowski.
Come on, Brian.
He's been on the job 5 months, and he did an outstanding job putting this CAFR together. And the staff behind him have worked diligently, and they deserve all the applause that can be given.
Way to go, guys.
Oh, don't worry, because we're giving you a break this time because it's getting close to budget season. Yeah, we know how that's going to work out. All right, we're going to hit the, go back up. What? You voted.
Okay.
You guys shoved it down there so quick. And
Okay, good. All right.
I mean, even Mr. Patterson would have, the
We're done.
parliamentarian would have said, yes, you got to
Well
keep
done.
going, yeah. But no, we're going to go back to item number 25 for the donation of various organizations of
Yes,
local
the sheriff's here now.
needs in accordance with the Florida Contraband Forfeiture Act. Sheriff, you can sit right there.
This is the first time I've had a chance to sit up here on this side of the dais. So
And
as
the
my
last.
first official action, you guys are fired.
All right.
Second.
That's not a legal motion.
Call the vote.
There's not a legal motion.
I thought it was a pretty good one.
Well, it might have been a good one, but it's not legal. I'll still give you the floor, though.
Now he wants to get his picture now.
Gosh.
Take it now. You won't have me much longer to kick around.
Yeah. Well, we know where we can find you. We just look for the guy driving 10 miles under the speed limit with a left blinker on.
That's right.
That's who it is.
And every Thursday morning, I'm going to sit right down there and dare y'all to make me quit at 3 minutes.
Oh, bailiff?
It is a good day because this is the day we get a chance to give money to deserving organizations in Volusia County. And this money we have taken from illicit enterprises. Most of it is narcotics money. Some of it in the past, as you know, we've taken from gambling. But it's a one chance that we have that we get something back from a drug dealer. Wish we could get a whole lot more. But as you see, we've given away $180,000 this year to local organizations that will help, and it's in reference to welfare, school resource programs, to drug treatment programs, drug abuse education, crime prevention. And it's a very, very good day when we're able to do this. As you see, $50,000 to the Florida Sheriff Youth Ranch, $50,000 to Stuart Marchman, $25,000 to the Boys and Girls Club, $10,000 to West Volusia Powell for the summer program, $8,000 to 100 deputies, 100 kids to make sure children, underprivileged children, have Christmas. $5,000 to Kinder Vision, $5,000 to the Sheriff's Youth Foundation, $5,000 to Bargy Creek Camp, which is in nearby Lake County, and that's for children who are suffering from terminal diseases. If any of y'all have ever had a chance to be over there, you've seen it, and it's something, if not, you should go over. $5,000 to Food Brings Hope here in Volusia County, $5,000 for One Voice for Volusia, $3,000 for Southeast Habitat for Humanity, $3,000 for West Volusia Habitat for Humanity, $3,000 for Pace Center for the Girls, and $3,000 for the house next door. And I also appreciate the county council. Many of these are programs that you have brought to us. And if with y'all's help, we're able to get the money back to them. So this is not just from Volusia County Sheriff's Office. This is also from the county council of Volusia County. And I appreciate y'all's help with this.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for all you do, Mr. Wagner. Well, actually, hello? Okay. Actually, Ms. Denny's, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Because you pulled the item.
That button was from 2 items ago, so I wasn't trying to do it.
That's okay. It's that extra sauce in the barbecue. It's like, anyway. Sheriff, thank you so much. This is important enough that I wanted to make sure that we just went on the record and gave you the accolades. And we thank you very much for making the decisions and allocating this to these agencies. It's very much appreciated, I can tell you that, in the community. This does, and it kind of warms my heart because we got it from the source that we took it from. So this is recycling at its best.
Well, I would like to add something on this. I think recently you saw that the federal government stopped this. And it's something we have to watch because they're trying to find ways to funnel it back into their programs and not put it back into our local communities. And here's where it's needed. As you know, once it goes to Washington, D.C., you don't see it again. And we even have some push in the state of Florida to do away from forfeiture funds. And when it happens, organizations like this will suffer.
Right, and it's a funding source, and that's another good point to be made. So hopefully in the future, you will keep us apprised of any changes or threats to this local control issue of what you do so well for Volusia County. So just thank you. I just wanted to highlight this and thank you.
Thank you.
With that, move approval. Thank you.
Motion for approval. Second by Ms. Cusack. I have only one thing to say. Mr. Ben Johnson came to me one day and said, got all this money to give away. What's your favorite charity? He asked me, and I said, me. And he said, no. Then he explained it to me. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, you can still give it to me. I mean, I'm a worthwhile charity. But
well, we're in this together. It's from all of us. It's not just from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office because we couldn't do this job without the backup, and you've given us the resources to be able to do our job.
Yep.
And that's very important. And people sometimes don't realize the county council has to give us resources, and we've been very fortunate to have the working relationship that we do, and I appreciate that.
So, unless there's further comment, all those in favor of donation of various organization of local forfeiture funds in accordance with the Florida Contraband Forfeiture Act, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So carried. On your way out, Ben, you might want to test those brownies with these guys today.
I'll go back upstairs where I belong now.
No, they're
Just
all
bring the
gone.
dog in.
They're all gone. Just, they can't be tested.
All right, let's see where we at. Volusia Government's Water Resource Compact. Miss Kelly McGee, are you?
We just need a motion for continuance.
I
if
need
you
a
don't
motion
mind.
for continuance.
Motion to continue.
I have a motion to be continued. Do I hear a second? I have a second from Ms. Denny. Thank you. Further discussion? None? All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So carried. All right, let's see. This is, next item up is, I think this is District 2. Appointment of Volusia County, Industrial Development Authority. Any council member may make the nomination. There's one nomination to be made. Do I hear a
Nominate
nomination?
Dennis Stark.
I have a nomination by Mr. Wagner for Dennis Stark to the Volusia County Industrial Development Authority. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by aye. All those opposed. So carried, 6-0. And we move to item number 30, which is at large nominee.
Mr. Chair,
yes,
can we have a
ma'am.
motion for continuance on the other vacancy?
Motion to continue on the.
Yeah.
I need a motion for continuance. Have a motion by Mr. Wagner. Second by Ms. Cusack for the discussion. All those in favor signify by aye. All those opposed. So carried. Now, this one here is... Do we have less shiny yellow ink? I mean, this ink is really shiny. That's all right. I just have to angle the notebook here. Yeah, I'm telling you.
I was gonna say the same about your
Code
hair,
enfor-
your hair wax.
I don't have hair wax.
I wouldn't go around boasting that.
I'm just natural. Hey, I am just so bright, even my mama calls me son, so don't go there. All righty. Appointment to the Code Enforcement Board. Ms. Cusack.
I would nominate then Mr. Chet Lingenfelter.
Chad Lincolnfelter has been nominated by Ms. Cusack to the Code Enforcement Board. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed? So carried 6-0. And, okay, there's no continuance necessary on that one. Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority, District 2.
Deb, you'll appreciate this. I met with Eric for an hour yesterday.
He's a
and
really good guy.
absolutely drilled him on everything. I said, look, here's the deal with the advertising authorities. I want to make sure everything is. I feel very, very comfortable
You feel
and
comfortable?
happy that Eric is doing this. So I'm going to nominate Eric Lumbert with. I also have to put in, I don't think they had time to get his background check back yet. So I'll be recommending him, barring any issues, because they need him to get started.
Well,
so.
don't you want to, wouldn't you rather continue until next meeting to make
No,
sure?
because they need him to get going.
Oh, they need him to get
There
going?
shouldn't be an issue, and if there is an issue, they can just pull back.
Okay. So you're saying there's a nomination made by Mr. Wagner for Eric Lumbert?
Yes.
Is there further discussion?
Yes, just a comment.
Go.
I think he will be a great addition to the Ad Authority and will represent part of the tourism market down there that hasn't been represented. And
Appreciate that. I did that on purpose. I tried to do that on purpose.
I figured you did. I know Eric, and we've used his business quite a bit. I mean, the Southeast Volusia Chamber, they're thrilled that he's been nominated, so it's a very, very good nomination. And a little more younger blood in there to shake some things up and keep us on the right path. So great nomination. Thanks, Josh.
And he surfs.
And he does.
And he what?
Smyrna needed a surfer.
Oh.
Another one.
Another surfer. Okay.
It's a hotel paddleboard.
Hold on 1 second. See, I'm a little nervous when you say shake things up down there. We've had enough shaking up going on. Okay. So, all right, Mr. Eric Lumbert has been nominated by Mr. Wagner. Further discussion after that. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed. So carried. All right, item number 46. No, there is no 46. All right. Mr. Wagner, closing comments. The answer is no? No. Okay, you said no twice. So, yeah, you did. You just said no twice.
Excuse me, can you hold on 1 second? I have a low sound here on the audio. 1 second.
Okay.
Test.
Test 1, 2. 1, 2.
Test.
1, 2, test. No? Are we good?
Yep.
Nope. Do we need to take a short recess while he resets something? No?
No, thank you.
No.
1 second, please.
Yeah. Okay. Do I have enough time to go get a cup of coffee?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to step up there and get a cup of coffee. We can't do anything yet, so.
Jim Denny. Oh, there's okay. No, you don't have to come up yet. Thought maybe you're upstairs. I was going to announce. I need him for the next item, or my time.
So just hold on to this.
Like how you bypassed me. Doesn't trust me.
Test. No, sir. No, you want me to close it out and start again?
Then it would go numerical process, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're third in line.
Don't need any explanation. I feel okay with it.
Test.
He's trying to fix the sound. Is this a good time for me to practice my beatboxing? Test. Wiki.
You want to?
Thank you, ma'am.
More than enough time.
No, we're still, I was saying go ahead.
because I wanted to make sure you're here to back up the. Thank you.
I honestly think Ben blew it out.
Yeah, it's a positive thing. And it almost costs nothing. Almost no money. It's easy.
Oh, pardon me?
What?
Yeah, I had it all the way down, then I saw low levels.
In fact, it's good enough.
Yes.
I may claim it, can you?
Best idea you ever had.
I think I had it too.
All right, let me Jeff.
I guarantee, I'll tell you what happened today earlier was so good. Everybody else had this idea, trust me. Credit, everybody had the idea. Originally, it was Fru and I and Peg from the school, because she taught me about it. And I said, sounds great. Well, then that whole thing fell apart with Peg leaving, and then Tom got on board. Tom was scared to death, but I actually talked Tom into it. Tom was so freaked out. Oh, he was so scared.
See right here?
I said, Tom, sometimes
We
you
don't
gotta
even
step
see
up
it
and
there. We should see it there, so we're not seeing there, so.
He said, well, you gotta be the
All right.
superintendent.
Just redo these.
Tom Rush.
Shut
Because
Oh, sorry.
this came up, it was we just started, and with all this other
Yeah,
issues,
yeah.
it was like giving away.
I can cancel it.
property, you know. And let me tell you something.
If that doesn't work, I have to crawl underneath there.
I'm telling you, Ben blew it out. I mean, she had to put her thing all the way down. Oh, yeah, I had a skirt on today, not slacks.
Don't even pull me into it. Don't even try. Oh, wait, it's starting, it's restarting. I didn't shut it down.
Oh, okay.
Did you have some of their brownies?
Yes, I did have one.
You had the peanut butter.
We're rebooting, 1 second. We're gonna boot them out.
You can unmute him. Nope, it's not there.
What would you see?
You would see a green bar going up and down here.
Oh, gotcha. I broke it. I'm kidding. He's gonna reconnect it on
Jeff, while we're Jeff,
Let me know
Jeff, while we're doing all this,
Watch your head.
are these microphones live to the public? No.
Let me know if anything comes up on the screen.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something.
It changed, yes.
This is
Premium
what we got
sound.
from your system. Jeff, if we gotta get the contractor back in the future, this stuff shouldn't happen.
No, it shouldn't. I'm not sure what happened, because he was kind of loud. But you see, we just lost it again. There we go. We got something. Well, actually, no, we don't. Hold on. Okay. It got muted. It got muted. I don't know how it got muted. And maybe that's why he pegged it out.
It muted?
It's possible. I don't know. All I know is it got muted.
How does it get muted?
I don't know.
Okay, so bring up the record. Hold on, I gotta. We're back on.
Okay, we are back. Okay, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Wagner.
Thank you very much, sir. First and foremost, I only have 3 items. The first one, Jim, are you going to talk about this? The lawsuit? I don't want to steal your thunder. I was going to thank the legal department, Dan, of which attorneys worked on this. I know you and
Well, Larry Smith and Fran Carroll, and then in the personnel action, Nancy Jones, who since they're
I just
retired.
wanted to put it out there to thank them for the hard work. This made good law. I think it makes a lot of sense. It was very smart legal work. So, on behalf of a lawyer, thank you. On the second one, if possible, I'd like to, you know how we send letters to when someone passes away?
Yeah.
We send a nice letter. I would like to send a letter to the city of Orlando and Orange County of a similar type of letter that they are our brothers and sisters, and we stand united with them as well. Short and sweet, I'm fine with that, but just something along those lines, if that's acceptable to this council,
Alright.
I'd like to do that.
Please.
Could you put one together, or put it
Go
together,
ahead, and
Jason will
if
sign
you'll
it?
do that, I'll sign it.
Yeah, if
Oh,
we
I'll
can all
sign?
put our names
Okay.
on it as a council, I would appreciate that.
I'm good with that.
As a council, yes, please. And then the last one, there's a project, I know years ago I got beat up. I wanted to, all this talk of doing a children's library in Daytona and knocking down City Island and putting it up for sale on the land. And
Oh, yeah, I remember
Kelly
that.
White calls me up a couple weeks ago. She goes, I got an idea that's a little different, and you don't have to knock down any buildings. It's a really good idea, and I've been working with Kelly on it and brought Jim out a couple weeks ago to take a look at it. The city of Daytona Beach will pay for, and Kelly's even contributed out of her the money she has as a commissioner. They wanted to build a kids area next to our library, and I told her it would make more sense if we made it to where it was the county library rather than a city, because we can control who comes in and out. So basically, we would take the fence that they would provide, come out of the back of the library, the kids' library, and wrap around it, and there's a kids' entrance there. And the reason behind it, and I think this council will like it, is we've had all this discussion of homeless people and all these, let's move the homeless here, let's have these camps. And part of the thing we should be doing is having programmable space like this with the library that's specifically for kids to get people actually to come back into it. Does that make sense? So in essence, what I'm asking the council to do, and Jim can back me up on it, is to allow him the opportunity. Oh, he even has the pictures. Nice. That's the back entrance, that's the back entrance of the City Island Library that goes into the kids' library. Not many people realize there's actually a separate entrance for the kids' library. Not many people they just don't know. So Jim can make signage, clean up this area because it needs a little bit cleaning up because it's not used that often. Make it more of this is the kids' entrance, but go even a step farther and put some restrictions on it to where it actually is the kids' entrance. Right now they monitor it. I'll give you an example. I went there a couple weeks ago, was talking to Kelly. Kelly and I walked through, and she was telling me all of her ideas, which I have to say, Kelly White is absolutely on point on this idea. It's amazing. And they stopped us as we're walking through, and the librarian's like, hey, can we help you? And I'm like, yeah, we're doing this. And like, well, they were asking questions because we didn't have a kid with us. They're very curious of wouldn't you have a kid in the kids section? So it was great. So Jim said he could put some restrictions that would make it more kid friendly, or make it easier for the librarians to kind of monitor it. But the fence would wrap around the back, which, by the way, Jim, do you have a picture of the old amphitheater? Okay. There's on the back of the kids' library, there is a section that was built to be a little amphitheater, and if you look at it, you'd think it's a ditch. So we're really paying attention to it, and it is a full-blown amphitheater behind our library that you just didn't know it existed for kids. And it opens up from the auditorium into this little outside amphitheater for little kids. There's like bushes in it and stuff. It's just years ago it was designed to do it. And then there's a pier, and we talked to Kelly. We can talk to the city about working with us to let us do that as a kids-only fishing pier. Basically what we do is make this the kids' City Island Kids Library, control the whole area around it by the library, which if we don't do it that way, it's non-controllable space, it's never gonna work. So I think what I need to do, and Jim, I think, has helped me through this, is ask the council for me to work with Jim and to work with legal, is to make this work out with the city of Daytona Beach, if the council's okay with it.
Let me show you some pictures. I will tell you that this idea is good enough that if Josh hadn't claimed it, I would have.
And I stole it from Kelly.
It's
really Kelly White's idea that
This would have been one of the greatest projects of the year.
This is a very good opportunity for the ultimate win-win. This is really would be great for kids. This will help them on City Island. It would be a partnership with us working with them. This is so family friendly, and it's a whole new level of service without hardly any money. What you're seeing here is the entrance. Let's see, it's the entrance to the library, the kids section, and it's on. You don't even hardly know this. You come around the back, and it's a separate entrance. Next picture. This is inside. For those of you that haven't seen it, it is absolutely gorgeous what we have done for the kids' library there. And our librarians, as he said, first the two of them walked in front of me, and they're asking, okay, and when I came through, they were like, "Oh, you're here," and I said, "Yeah, we're cool." You know, what they're supposed to be looking at is single adults are not permitted in there. You have to be kids or kids with family. That's the whole nature, and it is so well done and so well coordinated. Now, if you come into the kids section, what we have, next slide, is here's what Josh is talking about. If you see this larger area in the front here, oh yeah, I gotta pick a color. I'll take that.
If you hit annotate.
If you hit that, that right there goes into, this is the amphitheater that he's talking about.
See the bushes?
See the bushes? This is, but this is an entrance or a way into their little auditorium there. Now they use that little auditorium for all kinds of things and rooms and everything. And so what you want to do is you don't want to use that as an entrance to this area because there'd be people using that room. Now, what you'll see is I'm going to direct you to over here. This comes past the restrooms, and it's a window now, but it's really a place for a door that you could exit directly from the kids' library without going through any rooms to the outside. Next slide. This is, hold on. This is the window / really original spot for a door that we could have where you could go through the children's area and come out this door. And then what we're talking about, give me the next slide, is you come out into this area and we could start over here and fence all along here so that this would be an area reserved for children and children with families. Because what they do is a lot of times if they want to have like a snack, or we also have visitation that happens here. Most people don't know from the courts. Well, now they could go outside. We could put some tables out here.
Food is the big part. Most of the people that come with the visitation, they like to have food and eat with their kids, and you can't do it.
You can't do it in the library.
Librarians really like this off the record. They really like this for that reason. So.
Okay, next.
I promise.
Next slide. So the fence actually would come up here, follow along, and go out like this, and it would be over here. And so you'd have this whole area you could be in. We'd have it fenced at least 6 foot, really. I'm talking about an architectural fence, really nice. And so the bike trail would be here. But what you'd have is you'd have an area where people can't go in without going through the library. They can't hang out there at night. Okay? Now, next slide. That's not what I want. Hold on. Okay. So the fence, if you're coming from this side, would go way over here and out this way to the water, and it will come over here along the bike path, and you'll see the water's out here. Next slide. Then you come out, and what you see is to your left when you're coming up with the fences is the new bike trail that the city made, which is along here, the bridge. This is the entrance to it. All right, next slide. So that would be to your left. Our fence would come out like this along the bike trail. We'd put a gate here and continue over. We could also then, if we wanted to, we'd fence this, and put a gate on this side. Now, what we'd hope to do was make this, there's a lot of other fishing opportunities for for people all over. What we don't have is, you could use, if you want, a new thing, you could connect this to this area. We could make it a gate where you have to come through the library to get it. They'd give you the key, go into each section, and then you could make that pier exclusively for kids to fish or with family. And I really think it is, and the city would do the fencing with us. The bike path could still continue along here. It would be such an asset back there. You already have the investment with the children's library. I'll tell you the other thing that stops. You've now made this whole area very non-conducive for anybody hanging out, because you're not allowed back there, and we'll make sure, and we'll put the fence high enough. And I think we could take a gamble and try and experiment with one pier. I think that's the cities anyway, who said that they would agree to try and make just one pier, just so you could take your little kids fishing. I think it's a tremendous opportunity, a tremendous resource, and I applaud Kelly for coming up with the idea, and Josh I appreciate him showing me. I think, next slide, do we have that was it. So whatever direction you want to give Josh to work, if you want to work with me, we'll try to make something happen.
So it's up to the council. I'd appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to work with the city and Jim to try to do it. It's just trying to change it down there to a positive direction.
One thing this does deal with, this also deals with this issue of people hanging out or homeless people behind the library. This stops all that and turns over that property to the kids. And I don't think it's much to ask to just make one spot for the kids. And we have all that investment in the library, and we can manage it without any additional staff.
Everyone okay with it?
Go forth and multiply.
Go forth and fish.
That's all thumbs up. And Kelly White will really appreciate it as well. She's put a lot of time in this, and also, I'm not going to sell Jim short. The idea of the kids-only fishing pier was his, so everyone contributed to it. It was really a Kelly, Josh, and Jim project, so thank you. We'll move forward.
There I am. There's my kid fishing there. Okay.
Will we be at the ribbon cutting? Will the
I just
city of
snorted.
Will the city of Daytona at least recognize the county council?
On
at
the,
ribbon
you're
cutting?
invited on the 14th of July. Kelly's getting you invitations right now. I told her to hold off on the invitations because if you guys didn't vote for it, I was going to tell her not to invite you. I'm just kidding. No, she's inviting you to the ribbon cutting of the Sweetheart Trail. They named it after what the Sweetheart boat was built. Now I'm going to call her right when we get out of this meeting and let her know to get started on the changes with the fence, because she wants to try to tie it into that ribbon cutting, so we'll be together. So I'll have her send the invitations, and we'll make it.
What I would suggest on our part is that we would look at, they would do the fence. What I really want is you've seen these like architectural aluminum fences that look like wrought iron?
Mm-hmm.
Something nice that really looks first class out there, okay? Not like a concentration camp for the kids. Something really nice. That means we don't want people coming over the fence. So something in that flavor. The other thing that I'll probably be looking at is some additional landscaping and definitely some picnic tables, chairs, and places that they could go outside with the kids.
But shouldn't the kids be concentrating when they're in the library?
But they would,
Okay.
but they can read outside too. The nice thing is the city's going to pay for the fence.
Oh, yeah. All right.
But
I'm
Josh
good.
hit on something important with this too, visitation piece, because I can tell you, as a guardian ad litem, trying to find places that are court-ordered that you can take the children to with their parents for that visitation time, that's safe, that not just safe, but it's secluded, so the child can have that quality time with the parents. And you're right, because we would find certain areas, but the parents would want to bring treats or bring this for the child. And there's very few places, and they're usually booked because,
Right.
so this would be a great one to let the courts know. Let's make sure we get that information out there when it's finished, because and the agencies, this would be
Well,
a
with the
great
beauty
thing.
is, with the fence, you wouldn't have to worry about single adults walking through there. And the other thing about the pier, even if you didn't want to fish, you could go out there with your kid if you want to sit out there and eat. And you don't mind if another kid comes out or a parent, but it really doesn't, you don't want other adults out there fishing. I mean, and it's one little spot to give up.
In the city actually said, at least the legal would actually make it so we can control the space more, is that we would literally we would work out an agreement, and actually that land, we could rent it for a nominal price of like
Right,
$1. You know, so it can be worked out legally, where we can actually control the space, really control it, and make sure it's part of the library
Right.
system.
And if they're going to put in the fence, then I thought we could do the other thing with the tables and all this stuff like that. We'll bring you a plan, is what we would do. In fact, we'll bring you a plan, hopefully with the city, where the two of us will cooperate.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. And those are all my comments. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that.
Hey, my pleasure. Great, fantastic idea.
All right. Ms. Kuzak.
Mr. Chair, I have no comments.
Mr. Daniels. Ms. Denny's.
Just very briefly, this is about the children too. I'm going to pass this down. I went to a ribbon cutting yesterday for the Miracle League of Volusia County. City of New Smyrna Beach donated the ball field, but this is a nonprofit. The Miracle League of Volusia County is attempting, and they will, build a field for children with special needs. We have over 13,000 school-aged children in Volusia and Flagler counties, and this field will have a rubberized, non-latex surfaced baseball field, so kids with varying exceptionalities and disabilities can take a wheelchair out there, can take whatever they need, and can literally play ball on this field. It was magnificent. The Tortugas, we had Sheldon out there in uniform in 96-degree heat in the sun. I felt so bad for whoever was representing in that uniform. But I'd like you to take a look at this, council, and you can go to the Miracle Life, their Volusia website there, because I'm going to be bringing back something next week. They were going to do their first fundraiser ever, a gala. I believe it's at the Atlantic Center for the Arts, and they're looking for sponsors. But I'd like to just introduce this organization to you now, and I will bring more information on the gala at the next council meeting. But I think it would say a lot for us to be in the ground floor in their first gala to support a project such as this in the community for all the kids. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lowry.
Thank you. Just one quick thing. Several months ago brought up the matter of the land there next to Gemini Springs, and we pursued that, and were able to get the vote of the St. John's Board to convey that on over to us, a process that was started a couple years ago. And I want to thank some people, Shannon Eller and Kelly McGee, who were up there with me, and they made me look good. I appreciate that. And probably I need to say thank you to Jeff, who texted me and let me know that I was right behind the speakers thing and I was on TV, and he was afraid I was going to pick my nose or do something like that, and told me I probably should move, and which I did. So, but anyway, we had a good success on that, and that turned out to be a really good feather in our cap. So that land's being in the process conveyed over to us, and I think that rightfully so, for conservation and making it part of the Gemini Springs area out there, which I think most people are really in favor of that. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Patterson. Hey, you did that. I like that. You just keep poking at you and you just keep snorting. Yes, the 43rd Annual Freedom Fund Banquet on Saturday, June the 25th at the Hilton. That's the NAACP. We'll be holding that. And they have asked me to come and give the greeting there. So I'll be going there and giving a greeting and a proclamation. But you know what? They still want you to pay for your meal, even though they really owe me one, because last year they almost broke my nose. That was the place where they hit me in the nose with a tray. So I'm going to ask the council if they would care to pay the fee so that I can go eat. Okay?
Especially if it hit him in the nose again with the tray. I'm all for that.
Hey, let me tell you what. I went down to my knee. I mean, I almost was out. Yes, sir.
I have one thing when you get done.
Okay. All righty. And so, cool. That's pretty much all I got. What do you need, Mr. Daniels? How can I help you?
I just wanted to say one thing. I was down in Miami last week, and they were going over the development projects in Miami, and they only went over 3, and each one of them was probably about $2 to $3 billion. It is a different world. I thought I would learn something down there, but I did not, because you cannot even scale it back to our scale. You know, it was absolutely amazing. But one of these, like $1.5 billion, $2 billion projects was downtown Miami, and it was at the train station for All Aboard Florida. And All Aboard Florida is supposed to be running next year. They have delivered the train. Did y'all know that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a go.
You know,
Yeah, well, if you'll recall,
thought it was,
if
you
you'll
know-
recall 2 years ago, Mr. Wagner here says, I got a problem with this All Aboard Florida. And I agreed with
Oh,
him.
I know we talked about it, but I thought people were smoking something when they were talking about
Oh, no,
doing All Aboard
they
Florida.
dropped it. That train's there, baby.
Well, the other
And
thing,
they're in negotiations right now for a Cocoa Stop, too.
the other thing that was interesting,
That's what you were worried about.
the other thing that was interesting, and this kind of falls in with what happened in Orlando. This is before anything happened in Orlando. They were going over what cities and regions are successful and which aren't, and how you can tell which ones will be successful and which ones aren't. And communities that are accepting are the ones that tend to do better than any other type. And the guy that had done studies of which communities are successful and which ones aren't was saying that the communities that were the most successful of gays did better than anyone else. That was the single, you could look at that marker, and it was the best predictor of how well a community was going to do financially, because it was accepting. It was the kind of place where innovation was accepted, and tradition was one of those things that did not loom quite so large.
You can be on the record when you said that. Okay. Is that it, sir?
That's it.
That's it, sir. Mr. Deneen, nothing? Okay, he has nothing. We're going to move.
Just
He
one
always
comment.
has something.
No, well, it's because I'm trying to inform you.
Huh?
I thought what we do, John, is we talked about having a Zika update. Jim, you wanna come forward? Hold your thought. I gotta-
Why do you look so happy?
I'm glad you asked. I gotta go.
He's like, I don't want to talk to these guys. We won't throw anything at you.
They had the same lunch that county council did, so.
We won't throw anything at you much.
Nick Nelly, I'm the director of mosquito control in New Smyrna Beach, and I was asked to provide a Zika update. Let's start with the status. I had a couple of bullet points that I was given. So the World Health Organization has designated and maintains at this point that Zika virus is a public health emergency of international concern. So that will give you an idea of what the global status is. The number of cases in the United States continues to escalate. As of June 8th, the United States and D.C. was at 691 cases. As of 3 o'clock yesterday, the state of Florida was at 147 cases. We are holding at 2 travel-related cases in Volusia County. They took place in early May in New Smyrna Beach. It was really a best-case scenario for us in that mosquito populations were very low at that point. The 2 individuals were in the same residence, and they were somewhat removed, isolated in terms of where they live in New Smyrna Beach, as opposed to living in in a congested neighborhood. There are 20 counties at this point that have had an emergency declared because of travel-related cases of Zika. We have reached out to the state. The Department of Health receives funds annually from the CDC. It is called an epidemiological and lab capacity grant, and they receive about $300,000 a year from CDC. They received a supplemental grant of $700,000 this year. The counties that have declared emergencies were able to at least put in grants and request money to augment mosquito surveillance and control. At this point, 5 counties have received $500,000 of the $700,000 that were available through those supplemental funds. That's about all I know on that. And the state is expecting more funds to be released by the federal government in August. We'll see how that plays out. I would just say that, again, I was asked to address the potential for cases outside the district. Most of our imported cases of disease, travel-related cases of disease, since 2012 have occurred on the west side of the county. And so between 2012 and 2016, there have been 12 travel-related cases of disease that are pinned to these 2 mosquitoes that would potentially be involved in Zika should Zika virus come to Volusia County, as opposed to 6 cases here in, or on the east side in the district. So there is the potential, in large part because of the Hispanic population that we have in southwest Volusia County, for travel-related disease to come to Volusia County, whether it's Zika virus, dengue, or chikungunya. This occurs on an annual basis, if you will. It's something that we're prepared to contend with. And I will simply say that we are working with any number of different partners on this particular issue. We started at Mosquito Control beating our drum by putting an article in the News Journal back in April in Community Voices, asking people to do the same thing that we ask them to do every spring, which is to deal with their containers. That's where these mosquitoes are going to be produced. So tip your containers or toss your containers. We've since talked to Rotary organizations, ward leaders or zone leaders, if you will, in Holly Hill. We've talked to the Hometown News, the News Journal again, Fox 35. We're getting the word out, and we'll continue to do so. We have a tabletop exercise that will take place the first week of July with, again, these partners in government, community leaders, and so on. So I will stop there because I was asked to keep this short, and if there are any questions at all, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yes, I have one question.
Yes.
Has there been anywhere in the United States, contiguous United States, a case of Zika brought on by a mosquito bite? I know everything's been landing here from out of the country. They've been getting it out of the country and coming in. Has there been a recorded case of somebody getting bitten by a mosquito here in Florida or anywhere and getting Zika?
No, we call that local transmission, or there's a real 10-cent word associated with that, autochthonous transmission. However, no, that has not taken place. Autochthonous. Yeah.
Can I use that later?
I'll send that to you.
Oh, autochthonous.
We have, however, had a local transmission of dengue in the Keys. So there is a single case at this point of dengue virus in the Keys. You might remember that back in 2010, there was an epidemic of dengue in the Keys. You're going to be happy. So the potential exists but that's why, or that is what we are doing, is attempting to mitigate, keep that disease out of the local population, the local mosquito population.
Okay, very well.
Make it nice.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Very much for your time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, a couple of little quick things. Just want to say how proud I am of the council on this morning's action about Hope Place. Doug, you said they spend billions down in Miami. I don't think they have a Hope Place, though.
No, they don't.
Thanks once again for the go-ahead to look at this children's park next to the library. I think it's something we could really be proud of, and it helps with this homeless issue down there on the island and by the library. And last but not least, Josh brought it up, so I'm going to make a mention. Also, I'm very proud of our actions that led to the winning of the recent case on this whole freedom of speech versus employment, the responsibilities of public employment, and the responsibilities in public employment and how you communicate with the public. You know, I really do think that this is one of the most important cases that we may face. I think will be a precedent for other places. And I think it comes at a really interesting time when people are starting to really look at tolerance. That's what this is about. And that is, you know, you have a responsibility no matter who. I'm the agent for the council for all the employees that work in the public. I always believe that public employees have a higher standard of responsibility. I always want to be able to tell my kids when they were little, if they got lost, they could see somebody with, you know, they knew what the uniforms looked like with the City of Dayton logo on. I told them they could always go up to somebody and they'd help them. Because I think the responsibility of public employees is that they will show no bias in word or action towards anyone. I hope people feel that in their heart. I can't help what they feel, but we control what they say and how they act. And my attitude is, if you can't understand that and can't do that, then you forfeit your right to be a public employee. That case says that in spades. And I'm really proud of the actions we took. I'm proud that the system works the way I believed it should. I'm proud of our attorneys for the job they did in representing us. But I really think that you may hear more about what happened in that case further, because this issue is facing a lot of public agencies. And it's really important in this country that our employees are the ultimate in being unbiased in dealing with people. Thank you, and a wonderful day today. That's all.
Mr. Eckert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While Councilmember Denny's was discussing the contraband forfeiture actions today, and the sheriff was here, it occurred to me that I should make mention that John McConnell is retiring at the end of this month. He's been with us 15 years. If John has approached his job with skill and with the good humor that made people around him feel much better, and we'll miss him. And he's contributed significantly to the action that you took today, of course, with the actions of our deputies. And also, though she elected not to be recognized at the time, in the earlier part of this case, Nancy Jones retired earlier this year with 25 years. And I just want to comment particularly on the personnel aspect of her job. Not that she did a wonderful job throughout all those 25 years, but that personnel aspect of the job is sometimes tough sledding and emotional. So I appreciate her work in that regard and in all others. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Is there any public participation at this time?
No, sir.
Is there a motion for adjournment? I have a motion for adjournment. Next meeting is July 7th.
Correct.
2016. I have a motion by Mr. Lowry, second by Mr. Wagner. Mr. Wagner, was that a second? Oh, okay. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? So carried. We will see you on the 7th of July. We are adjourned.